We'll start. Thank you. We are live now, and we're going to convene the public hearing of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. And I welcome the public here today. Let me just introduce myself. I'm Senator Kushner, co-chair of the committee, and I will start today by asking if going over a few rules and then asking leadership of the committee if they would like to make any comments to begin with. Today's public hearing, we have a number of bills before us, and we're looking forward to hearing from the public on it. Just so we can conduct ourselves in an orderly fashion, I do want to review a few of the rules for the committee. Most of you who will be testifying here today already have been instructed that you will have 3 minutes for your public testimony, and then committee members will ask you questions. For committee members, we're setting these rules for today and our procedures that you limit your questions or comments to 3 minutes per witness, and that you also must go through the chair to be recognized in order to ask questions and make comments. We're asking that committee members make sure that the comments that you might be making or questions are germane to the topic that the person testified about. And we do this all in an effort to make sure that with so many people signed up to testify and we want to hear from the public, this is their opportunity. So we have an opportunity at a committee meeting to debate these issues, but today is really geared toward hearing from the public, and we're so happy that everyone can be here with us. So if there are no questions or comments about the rules, I will move on. If you have questions or comments, you can also, for committee members, please use the raise hand function in the participants icon in Zoom, and that's a pretty good way to see you and recognize you. If you have trouble with that, let us know. But seeing no further questions or comments, I will then ask if my co-chair, Representative Porter, would like to make any comments at the beginning of the public hearing.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. No, just welcome everyone to the Labor and Public Employees public hearing for today. Looking forward to hearing from you all, and let's get started. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good, thank you. And Senator Sampson, do you have any comments or you'd like to make?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Good morning, Madam Chairman. I'll just say good morning to everyone here, and welcome to all the folks that are participating. I just want to make the same general objection to the Zoom public hearing that I made in the previous meetings. I said I was going to do so, so I feel like I got to live up to that. I just want to be on record making the point that I do not agree with this policy of limiting the public's ability to communicate with us by only requiring Zoom public hearings. I feel like there's a large portion of our state that does not necessarily have access to a computer or the technology to petition their government in this way. And as a result, I just want to make sure that's on the record. And also, Madam Chairman, I respect you and your co-chair very, very much, and I do not want to create any strife between us, but I do want to go on record suggesting that I do believe it is inappropriate to limit the members' ability to ask questions of witnesses. There are some people we won't ask any questions of course, but then there are other people that might provide very valuable information that could not be possibly gleaned in 3 minutes. And I hope you'll consider that going forward. And I just wanted to be on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. And, as I said, we really are eager to hear from the public and want to make sure we have the opportunity to do so. And that is the reason for the rule. But I appreciate your comments. Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome everyone to this meeting, to this public hearing. I think we have some very important bills today. We want to hear from all of you and we look forward to discussing these and hearing from you. Now, it would be remiss for me to point out that the last hearing did go really long. It went till midnight, and thank you to those who participated. but we did have 11 bills, and today we have only 4 bills. I think we had more than 100 participants last time, and today it looks like 65. I do think that some of the questions we asked, what I call probing questions, then to and fro, has a lot of value, not just for us, not just for committee members, but for the entire public. And I think it's very regretful that, Madam Chair, again, with due respect, as Senator Sampson said, that you have made a rule to restrict the discussion as well as the probing questions to 2 questions and 3 minutes. Listen, I heard, we all heard it the other day, let's just ignore the minority, ignore the ranking member. We also heard the fact that, there was a pushback. And I respectfully disagree. I think engaging the minority point of view, engaging the disparate point of view is good for discussion, is good for democracy. And I think, across geographies, across times, majority has always made rules to contain the minority. And here we see ever again, majority making rules to contain the minority, to limit discussion. Well, rules are rules. We will obey them, but we regretfully disagree with them. We find them that they are not appropriate. We do ask you to not limit discussion, because that's the spirit of democracy. Our those who come to public hearing want to engage in this to and fro of honest, good discussion. And it should all be germane. 100%, that's an agreeable point. We don't want to bring in other questions here. So once again, asking you to reconsider that rules and ensure that just because one can, the majority should respect the minority as well. And we do respect the fact that you have majority. I do expect to see the same. But with that, I will stop here. As a small matter of protest, I'm going to keep my questions to the minimum. But my colleagues are going to obviously be asking a lot of questions per the rules. And once again, thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you all to all who are participating in this public hearing.
Thank you. I do want to make note that we do have on our agenda today 15 matters for subject matter hearing. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. It was posted in the bulletin and you should have received that. So we do have 15 bills that we are considering today under this public hearing. And obviously we have some disagreements, and I hope the public understands that the ruling is not intended to quash any minority view, but moreover to make sure that we have a full opportunity to hear from the public. And we will have many opportunities to debate these issues in our committee meetings. And so rather than respond, Representative Ora, I will hold my remarks regarding these issues for the committee meeting. I do want to ask if there's anything that you would like to add from our vice chairs, Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm looking forward to a great public hearing and looking forward to hearing from the public on all of these important pieces of legislation that we're considering today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Sanchez.
I want to welcome everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to be with you all.
Terrific. I appreciate the brevity. Thank you. So we will get right into the hearing, and we're going to start with our first speaker. And one reminder for committee members is that when you wish to address a person who is testifying before us, please ask to be recognized by the chair. I think everyone understands that. And all comments and questions need to be addressed to the speakers through the chair. With that, I will call our first witness, and I'll be announcing the number and the name of the witness or the person from the public. In this case, we're going to start with the first hour with elected officials. And so I will call on my good colleague from Greenwich, Senator Kasser.
Good morning, Chairwomen Porter and Kushner and esteemed members of the Labor Committee. I'm Senator Alex Kasser, and I urge you to support SB 141 to protect firefighters who risk their lives every day to protect us. Because of their work, firefighters are routinely exposed to toxic fumes and poisonous gases, and therefore they're at much higher risk of contracting cancer at a younger age. This bill recognizes that those who help us in crisis situations deserve our help too. Now, 35 other states have this law, and I hope we become the next. Today, you'll hear from firefighters and family members, but first, I want to establish the science on this issue by introducing one of the world's leading scientists, Dr. Philip Landrigan. He's a physician, an epidemiologist, and an expert on the effects of chemical exposures. He's led dozens of research studies and was the lead scientist for first responders at the World Trade Center on 9/11. For more than 50 years, Dr. Landrigan has been a champion for children and vulnerable populations, and it's truly an honor to have him here with us today. So I will cede my time to Dr. Landrigan.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Castor, Madam Chairman. Good morning. I'm Philip Landrigan. As Senator Castor said, I'm a physician. I'm trained in pediatrics, preventive medicine, and occupational medicine. For 33 years, I ran the Department of Preventive Medicine at Mount Sinai Medical School in New York, where I was responsible for overseeing the medical care provided to 22,000 9/11 first responders, many of them firefighters, and some of those firefighters from Connecticut. I'm now the director of the program in global public health and the common good at Boston College. So I think this bill, SB 141, that will make cancer a presumptive line of duty illness in eligible Connecticut firefighters is very important. It will provide these brave men and women with workers' compensation benefits and other benefits such as death benefits should they contract cancer. Let me expand on the opening remarks that Senator Castor provided and tell you why I believe that this bill is very well justified medically and scientifically. First of all, it is well established by multiple studies that firefighters have excess risk of cancer, increased incidence, increased mortality from a number of different cancers compared to the general population of the United States and the general population of Connecticut. And they develop these cancers at younger ages than the general population. Why is this so? Well, firefighters get cancer because in the fire environment, they are exposed to a whole series of carcinogens. Some of these are ancient chemicals like black soot, which has been in fire environments since time immemorial and causes lung cancer, skin cancer, bladder cancer. But in the modern fire environment, where buildings have plastics and synthetic chemicals in abundance, when those chemicals heat, when they burn, they release a whole range of toxic and proven human carcinogens to which firefighters are exposed. So for example, when polyvinyl chloride pipes burn, they release hydrochloric acid, which burns the respiratory tract. They release vinyl chloride gas, which is a potent carcinogen, causes liver cancer and brain cancer. It releases dioxins, which cause cancers in many organs. Many older buildings in Connecticut still contain asbestos. It hasn't been put in buildings de novo since the 1970s, but thousands of buildings still have asbestos. The asbestos, of course, does not burn when the fire burns. It remains behind in the ashes. And when the firefighters come in at the end of the fire and do their what they call the overhaul, where they go through the ashes looking for residual embers, that asbestos can kick up and they can inhale it. When I was at Mount Sinai in New York, we did an X-ray survey of New York City firefighters. We found that a high proportion of them had changes in their lung X-rays that reflected asbestos exposure. Firefighters are exposed to benzene, known to cause leukemia, known to cause lymphoma. They're exposed to formaldehyde, causes leukemia and nasal cancer. They're exposed to perfluorinated compounds, PFOA, PFOS, in firefighting foams. And those chemicals cause a number of cancers. They can also cause, in the case of women firefighters, they can cause damage to the unborn child in the mother's womb. In addition to those known carcinogens, firefighters are exposed to thousands of chemicals whose toxicity has never been properly tested. 80% of the chemicals on the American market have never been tested for safety or toxicity. And when those chemicals burn, they throw off innumerable toxic and potentially carcinogenic compounds, more than can be counted. And yet, when firefighters go into a fire environment, they don't know what's burning. They don't know what chemicals they're exposed to. They simply go in, they do their duty, they save lives, they save property. And that's why I believe it's very important, since we can't fully protect firefighters against chemical carcinogens in the fire environment. In fact, we don't even know the chemical nature of all those carcinogens. It's important to put in place a safety net that affords workers' compensation and other benefits to firefighters if they develop cancer. So in conclusion, 2 big points. Firefighters suffer excess rates of cancer compared to the general population. Secondly, firefighters sustain myriad occupational exposures to proven chemical carcinogens, as well as to thousands of chemicals whose hazard is not yet known but are suspected to cause cancer. And it's for these reasons I believe it's reasonable and medically justified, scientifically justified, to provide, to make cancer a presumptive disease in firefighters, and to provide firefighters who develop cancer with appropriate benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Landrigan, and also Senator Kasser. I will go to committee members now for questions or comments. So we have, I see one hand now. Hold on. Representative Retigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Doctor. I'm just going to chime in real quick because I'm a little confused. I'm trying to read through some of the testimony. I have a phone call into a couple of lobbyists, the firefighter lobbyists. I spent an entire year, a few years back, on a firefighter cancer task force. We came up with a bipartisan agreement with Representative Cook, Senator Meyer, myself, and a bunch of other people, the unions. Everybody was in the same room. And we came up with a plan to afford firefighters who can get workers' compensation, but wage replacement for the time and effort on their way to getting a workers' compensation judgment and all that other stuff. So I'm a little confused about the bill. I don't know what we missed a few years ago that passed near unanimously in both houses, that the wage replacement monies are controlled by the firefighters themselves. They dole them out to their own members who need the money for when a firefighter's on their way to a doctor's appointment or anything that workers' comp didn't cover. The money was there and the firefighters were in charge of it. So I don't know, sir, if you're aware of the bill or if you could just speak to the deficiencies, something that we didn't cover.
Thank you, Representative. I am not aware of the other bill. I was asked to comment on the scientific basis, the medical basis for affording workers' compensation benefits to firefighters, which is something I understand is common practice in more than 30 other states across the United States. But I don't live in Connecticut, and I'm not aware of that bill.
I couldn't agree with you more, and we heard lots of testimony about the dangers that all firefighters, put themselves in on our behalf. I'm happy to talk about this offline. I don't want to take up too much time in the committee meeting. It was a great bill that a lot of people supported. There was a lot of work done on it. And I felt at the time we filled the gaps because there was a gap. And we filled the gaps, and we did it in a creative way. We did it so that there was like a private solution. We even came up with a way to fund it. So that the firemen and the professional firefighters and the volunteer firefighters could all, access their own money and they can control it themselves. We sort of empowered them to help each other. So I thought it was a pretty good idea. I'd be happy to talk to you about it another time or offline. I know we have limits on speaking today, so I'll just leave it at that. I was just hoping somebody could tell me where's the gap.
Representative Retigliano, let me try and share this meeting by suggesting that while Dr. Landrigan may not be able to answer that, I would like to ask Senator Kasser if she might be able to answer it. But before I call on her, I do want to point out also, we will have on our speakers list today a representative of the firefighters union, and I suspect that he was very much engaged in those conversations as well. So I think we'll have an opportunity to get at your question, Representative Rutigliano. And let me ask Senator Castor if she has any knowledge of this and could help us out here.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kushner. Yes, so Representative Rutigliano, you are correct that a few years ago, a bill did pass and it established the Firefighters Cancer Relief Fund. However, there was a severe limitation on that bill, which is that firefighters can only apply for wage replacement benefits. They cannot also apply for, or they're not also eligible for workers' comp. So it was one step in the right direction, but not a complete solution by any means. So you'll hear from firefighters today, Connecticut firefighters who were not able to get the health benefits and the workers' comp, and you'll even hear from a widow who wasn't able to get death benefits, medical coverage for her children and her family because of the limitations of that prior law. So we're trying to extend what was a good first step. We're trying to extend it to become a truly comprehensive solution.
Thank you, Senator Castor. And I see no other hands at this time. So I will suggest we go to our next speaker. Thank you, Dr. Landrigan as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Representative Candelora from the General Assembly, and followed by Representative Nolan. Representative Candelora.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairwoman Kushner and Porter and Ranking Member Sampson and Aurora. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 5954, which is effectively trying to or calling for a continued suspension of the experience rating for unemployment compensation benefits that are imposed on employers. As you all probably know, the experience rating is increased when employers have to lay off employees. This proposal, I recognize, is a bit of a Band-Aid on the situation that we're facing right now. And I just want to talk a little bit about the broader issues. Right now, as we've seen with this pandemic, many employers had to shut down by no fault of their own, but rather because of the pandemic and trying to mitigate the spread of the virus. And as a result, they are having to pay into the Unemployment Compensation Fund, which is now being propped up with federal dollars and is bankrupt. The governor suspended the experience rating to help employers, but I think we have a long-term issue here as the plan needs to recover. Suspending these experience ratings are helpful, but on the back end, we're also going to have surcharges imposed on the employers to try to prop this fund back up. And I think we have a broad issue here of trying to make that fund solvent again as we recover, because I do think there is a direct correlation in jobs being created after this pandemic is over and businesses trying to absorb the cost of the Unemployment Compensation Fund. So I think at least short term, this type of proposal will help businesses as they try to recreate the jobs that they have lost, to let them do that, and then somehow, slowly turn the spigot back on for the surcharges that businesses are naturally going to see when we try to revitalize this Unemployment Compensation Fund. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Representative Candelora. And I don't know that we've ever met personally, but I want to thank you for putting this bill forward. And I do think that we have a great opportunity to move forward on this session because it has very broad and bipartisan support. We will be hearing another bill, a very similar bill coming from members of the Senate and House Democratic Caucus. So I appreciate your putting this bill in, and thank you for being here today to testify in person on it. And now I will ask for any, I see Representative Mark Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Candelora, thank you for your testimony. In preparing for this hearing, I did read some issues with insolvency in 2009, 2010, where he had to borrow from the federal government. Do you have any lessons learned from that time period that we can apply now?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think one of the concerns in 2009, obviously that was a bubble that we saw that sort of impacted certain segments of our society. And I think we didn't see a suspension of the experience rating, obviously, because certain industries, were culpable in causing the drop in employment. So it was different, and I understand we handled it differently. The state still had to borrow federal money from the government. What we didn't do there, which I was a little bit critical of, but it's a catch-22, is when the federal money has to be repaid, there's interest that needs to be paid on that money. And should the state try to forbear on that interest, again, to help the businesses recover? And so I think that's something that we should be examining this cycle. I know the interest has been delayed at the federal level for us to have to repay. And I think that we should be looking at delaying it again. And I think my point overall for us to learn is that businesses replenish this fund. And there is a correlation between our job recovery and the businesses being able to pay this all back. And so I think to the extent that the state of Connecticut could try to mitigate and spread those costs out a little bit longer could be helpful to our businesses, because the surcharges that are imposed on companies, there is a cap. So larger businesses aren't impacted as severely because the exposure is capped, but our small businesses never have that liability that hits the cap. So proportionately, sometimes they're paying a lot more money proportionately to them, and that could impact the job creation. And so I just think we need to be mindful of that, I think, as we move forward, to try to figure out what the right balance tipping point is for the companies.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Representative, I recognize that this went a little beyond what's germane to this specific bill, but out of respect for you, Representative Candelora, I allowed that conversation here, that dialogue, and I do think that as a body, we are interested in making sure that small businesses can thrive and succeed. And I appreciate your comments, and hopefully we will have more opportunities to talk about this offline.
Thank you.
I do see another hand here. Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minority Leader Candelora, for your testimony. Could you also tell us a little bit about how the experience rating is going to really impact those who are hurt in the pandemic, especially restaurants and small businesses, disproportionately, and if there are any steps in terms of layering on the experience rating or suspending the experience rating that may be adopted, or any further thoughts on that?
Well, I think the experience rating, capping it at, or suspending the increases, is critical in the short term. Again, because as employers are going to be hiring back, it's a cost that they don't have to incur in their wages, and so that they could hopefully more quickly bring back their employees. I know the rate overall is capped at the 6.8% overall. And so this suspension, I think in the short term, it would be critical. And then obviously long term, I think we need to look to, God willing, we have a quick recovery, and we don't see any surge come back. We may not have to address the issue beyond the four corners of this bill. And so I think short term, this is an important measure to take. And then maybe long term, if we need to address the collateral issues, we should be in a position to do that.
Thank you, Representative Candelora. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Again, I see no other hands up at this time. So again, I appreciate you being here, and and look forward to working with you and other members of your caucus and members of our caucus to see these bills through this session. I think there's a wide agreement that it's really important to help businesses out at this time, and suspending the experience rate will be helpful. So thank you for testifying.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator.
Okay, next on our list, we'll go to Representative Nolan. Are you with us? Let me just see. Give me a second to check the list and make sure he's in the room. If he is not, we will go to our next elected official, and we will come back to Representative Nolan. You can join us, but next on the list I have Representative Boer, and she's followed by Representative Yacarino. So Representative Boer.
Hi, everyone. Good morning to Senator Kirshner, Representative Porter, Senator Cabrera, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Aurora, and all the members of the Labor Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. We have spent significant amount of research, discussion, and conclusions regarding the recognition of mental health on par with physical health. And it is time that workers' compensation laws need to reflect that understanding. And that is why I'm here today in support of Bill 666, which would provide workers' compensation benefits for correctional staff, emergency medical staff, and dispatchers. And through Bill 660 would evaluate providing these benefits to all professions. We now understand that a mental health impairment is as disabling as a physical impairment. Today, there is far more scientific evidence and sophisticated knowledge regarding the causes and seriousness of mental and emotional impairments. We provide workers' compensation for someone who may fall on the job and sprain their arm, yet we don't provide workers' compensation for someone who has been injured and is suffering mentally due to high exposure of tragic incidents or who are subject to continual emotional distress. The professions identified in Bill 666 are forced to manage an unusual amount of intense stress, soaring workloads and emotional challenges, and significant incident after incident of exposure to very difficult scenarios. While 666 identifies those professions that are impacted most, we should be taking a hard look at evaluating all professions for the opportunity for mental health support and damages. I also want to take an opportunity to speak to something that's not in the bill that I believe is critical and germane, and that is the classification of dispatchers as first responders, which would open them up to additional benefits such as workers' compensation. While I applaud the committee's intention to provide workers' compensation for mental health injuries, I believe taking it a step further and properly classifying dispatchers as first responders would open the door to other benefits and provide them opportunity for critical training. This is a bill that I proposed in 2020 and 2021, as I feel that the current classification of dispatchers as administrative does not represent the initial exposure dispatchers receive and the life-saving tactics that they need to deploy instantaneously. They are the first to react to an emergency. A mother who may call because their baby is not breathing and the dispatcher has to walk them through the process, and sometimes the child doesn't make it while they're on the call, only to pick up the next call, which could be somebody who is suicidal, the next call, unfortunately, which could be a school shooting, an accidental shooting, a car accident, and the list goes on all day long. Sometimes it's difficult for us to even listen to these situations. Imagine getting thousands of calls of this nature daily. And that brings me to the volume that our dispatchers receive. According to DESP, in our state, we received 1,900,000 calls to our dispatch centers in 2020 across Connecticut. That's roughly 5,200 calls a day, each call by nature being a distress call. Several states have already passed legislation reclassifying dispatchers, including Texas, California, Pennsylvania, and there's pending legislation in additional 6 states, including New York and Georgia. There were 2 bills introduced on the federal front regarding reclassification, but they were cut short in 2020. Yet here in Connecticut, 9/11 dispatchers and telecommunication workers are classified still as administrative support. We should not be waiting for other states or a national queue. We should be blazing the trail in Connecticut. This classification will help allow dispatchers the right to more critical training, whether it be training for an active assault or a mass casualty incident. A change will open the doors to more critical training and the opportunity for the community to serve the communities that they serve. A perfect example of lack of classification didn't allow our dispatchers to receive vaccines in the first round. I want to thank a few dispatchers in my district who have been strong advocates for this change. Ray Memick, Katie Viccellio, and Jennifer Amendola, who has been a manager of the dispatch center, along with the thousands of dispatchers across the state who have continually lobbied us as legislators for this change of action. They would have liked to have been here to testify themselves, but some of them are working and some of them did just receive their vaccine and are managing through that. Jennifer, along with other dispatchers, have written testimony, which I would point you to, which gives examples of what they endure daily. In conclusion, I support providing mental health compensation for these professions. I support recognizing PTSI for these professions. I ask that you look at other professions. And finally, that you take a hard look at the classification of dispatchers. I also want to say that while my testimony focuses on the dispatchers in 666 and 660, I also have written testimony in favor of SB 141. Thank you, and I look forward to working with the Labor Committee in discussing this legislation and helping to secure its passage.
Thank you, Representative Borer. I don't see any hands at this time, but I do want to thank you for being here and in support of these issues. We had an informational hearing last summer on PTSI and the role of dispatchers, and some of what you mentioned we heard from many witnesses who talked about the experience they had. I do want to thank you for advocating on their behalf. We have had some challenges with some of the bills that have come before us about classification of dispatchers as first responders due to the way the statutes are written. There is no classification for first responders, but we're happy to continue that discussion with you and with others who've raised the issue with us. I think it would be helpful to have more conversation about this offline. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think that our national partners submitted 2 bills, one in the House and one in the Senate in 2020. And I know Senator Blumenthal was a co-sponsor of that bill. So perhaps we can engage them in that conversation, and perhaps something needs to be done on the national front regarding that classification, and which will help us in our statutes.
Thank you, and I thank you for reminding us of that. And I think we can look at that. I do think the connection between recognizing dispatchers as first responders would have probably helped us in our first attempt to deal with PTSI in the 2019 session, when we did address it for firefighters and for law enforcement. So thank you for your testimony today, and I don't see any other hands, so I will move to our next speaker, Representative Iaccarino.
Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, Representative Aurora, and the Public Employees Labor Union, Labor Employees Committee. I'm here to testify in favor of 5198, reimbursement for expenses from working remotely. I put this bill in for I think the last 4 or 5 years, and I think it's more relevant today than ever with so many people working from home. I spoke to the CBIA about this last night, about trying to work together for something better for our folks that work from home. But really it was brought to me from the constituent, Frank Tropiano, who we submitted written testimony, and he's going to testify in a second from my home. I'm just going to move away from him. But I really think it's really important for people, for data and for usage at home. And so I'm going to turn it over to Frank, if it's okay with you, Senator. And I want to thank you for taking the opportunity for us to at least testify. I put this in, like I said, for I think 4 or 6 years and never got a public hearing. And I think it's very important and relevant today. And I think it's going to turn it over to Frank Tropiano. Thank you. And we'll have, if you have any questions, you can ask me or ask Frank.
Thank you. Thank you. We're anxious to hear from Frank. Is Frank there?
Hi. Good morning, Chairman, Representative Porter, Chairman, Senator Kushner, Ranking Member, Senator Sampson, and Representative Aurora, and all the members of the Labor Committee. As Dave said, I'm actually Frank Tropiano. I brought this bill to Dave's attention about 6 years ago. At the time, I was working for a large healthcare insurance company, and they had this policy where they were paying for cell phone and internet services because I was an IT employee there at the time. And somewhere during my career of working there, they decided that they were no longer going to cover those expenses. and that a decision was made based on bottom line dollars to save the company money. And what they ended up doing was they shifted the cost of doing business, in my perspective, to the employee at that point. Because if I'm in a position that's an exempt employee, and my role is to support infrastructure, IT infrastructure, or applications, say after hours and on weekends, and I'm not supposed to be in the office and I'm supposed to be in 24/7 coverage, I need to be able to do this work and facilitate my job duties remotely. So my understanding it was that when I took the position, my understanding was that those expenses would be covered expenses. And the way I look at those covered expenses, I look at them as the same thing as sometimes when you get reimbursements for meals and travel and mileage and so forth. I think these expenses should be included and be made as part of a law to protect employees from absorbing those costs. Now, this particular bill that Dave has put in, other states such as California also already have a bill like this on the record books. I believe it's with the state of California, it's statute, I think I have it in my written testimony, 2802. It's part of the labor code. But there's a handful of other states that also have this type of law enacted. And when it comes down to it, the amount of money that we're talking that impacts an individual today, because you look at the average cost of a cell phone bill is about $70 per month. And the average cost of internet service is about $70 per month. That totals around $140 per month, or close to $1,700 a year. And what I'm really looking forward is reasonable common sense legislation where if I'm using my personal phone for work and for business, that the employer should be able to cover reasonable expenses like half of that or something similar, and that it should be controlled through a process where your supervisor or manager acknowledges that your role does require you to work remotely after hours or during business hours, and to both sign off as if it would be any other expense. So I think this is incredibly important in today's climate, especially with the pandemic, and it makes it more relevant today because it shifts the way that employers and employees are doing business in the future. I currently work for the Knights of Columbus in New Haven, Connecticut today. And, we've been remote for the past year. And there's talk of us potentially, depending on your role and position, we may never go back to the office. We may just be remote workers. Again, that's nothing definite today. But as those expenses, of working remotely, they should incorporate those as part of my job duties. Now, to be fair to the Knights of Columbus, they already do that, but I'm more concerned about the other employers in the state of Connecticut that don't do that for their employees. So again, I appreciate you giving me and allowing me to testify today on behalf of this bill, and I'm open to any questions that anyone may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today and for your testimony. I do see a hand here, so I will call on, give me a second, Representative Retigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. What was your first name again? Sorry, I missed it when you
Sure,
started.
it's Frank.
Frank?
Yep.
Yeah, good morning, Frank. Frank, if you didn't need your cell phone or your internet for your job, would you shut it off?
No, I would not. But at the same time, I as a comparison to other expenses, I still eat, but my job wouldn't reimburse me for meals. I still drive my car, but when I drive my car for work, I still get mileage reimbursement. So that's the kind of way I look at it, is that it shouldn't just be assumed that because I pay for internet and my own personal cell that my business automatically gets the use of it. And here's another piece of information too that should tie into this. So right now, there's a whole thing of security and public health information. And so if I'm using my own personal phone or my own personal internet services, and say my employer gets subpoenaed due to a legal matter, Where does that put my own personal phone and my own situation at risk of having that get subpoenaed and having to be turned over because I'm using it for company business? So I know that's a side account, but again, placing that into perspective of everything to answer your question, I think that's important.
Thank you. That was my question, madam.
Thank you.
I'd like to just respond also to Dave. The bill doesn't want to pay for somebody's cell phone, their normal usage. It's above and beyond. It's for their data. It's nothing to, and I spoke to Eric Jetty about this last night. We were in agreement. It's not about paying my $140 bill. It's about if you're going above and beyond. And I think a lot of times people are going above and beyond. And I'm very conscious of business. I run my own business, but it's when you go above and beyond, no abuse. And obviously we have to worry about that, but it's about extra expenses because that's what they're going to be incurred. That's my point.
And to reiterate with Dave's point, I mean, again, I know a concern with this bill could be, employees taking advantage of the business. But, today, there's other expenses that are reimbursed that could also be abused. So it really is a good faith relationship between the employee and their manager and the corporation to make sure that, I'm not going to, as a manager, I'm actually a manager with the Knights of Columbus. And, I'm going to make sure that my employees' role in job duties require them to have a cell phone based on their duties, that I'm going to call them after hours, or they're going to have to work remotely to resolve some kind of incident or something like that. So I want to make sure that it's very focused with a specific point of thinking and a specific point of protocols around using reimbursement for this type of thing. Thank you.
And thank you for that question. I see the next hand is Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And through you to Representative Iaccarino and his witness, is Frank, is that right?
Yes, Frank. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I had trouble hearing you also. And forgive me, because I'm going to ask you kind of a devil's advocate question too, because I guess that's kind of what we're trying to find out here is what is the alternative, and if this is a good idea, then what would the opposition be? And I guess what would you say to people who would say that, an employer-employee relationship is kind of a voluntary relationship anyway? When you get hired for a job or you hire someone as the employer, you guys sit down and have a conversation about how you're going to be compensated and what the hours are and things like that. So wouldn't that be the time to work out what the responsibilities of the employer versus the employee is?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, those are the conversations to have. But at the same time, again, if I'm taking a position and I require a travel, I don't have to negotiate as part of that, my compensation. I get reimbursed for mileage, and I get reimbursed for meals, and I get reimbursed for any of the other travel expenses. So, this should only be looked at as a situation where, a company, this is part of the company's doing business. And now that more and more companies are going to start to look for their employees to work remotely, they're no longer going to have the overhead of continuing to have the same amount of office space and cable drops for their networking and equipment in the office. So any costs, so if anybody has any kind of argument to, costs or situational, it's going to be actually cheaper for them in the long run to have these employees working remotely with regards to all paying for the infrastructure, meaning cell phones and an internet service. So, getting back to that devil's advocate argument, I would seem to think that when you enter that conversation, yes, you can have that conversation of, should this be part of your initial package when you're hired? But at the same time, do those conversations happen today with regards to meals, travel expenses, and all kinds of lodging expenses? And the answer to that question is probably not. It's considered part of it. I don't know if that answers your question, but
Frank, I appreciate your answer. I guess, forgive me, I just see the world very differently. And I think that there is a danger with, putting the government in charge of determining that things have to work a certain way. I'd much rather see an employer and employee come to an agreement, because I'm quite certain there are some employees like myself. I have no problem using my cell phone or my vehicle for my job if I'm compensated in a certain way. and I think there's a danger when you start to use the force of government to apply pressure or force to one side of what is a free agreement between two people, or in a business or an employee. And the more we do this, when it's, applying requirements for benefits, for minimum wage, and so on. I mean, you're affecting the ability for anything that is alternative to what the law says. Even if both those parties want to agree to it, then they suddenly cannot. And I would just throw that out there.
Yeah, sure, and I respect that. But I guess for me, it comes down to a philosophical point of view. So typically, we ask our government to step in to make sure that both parties operate in good faith. So in your case, you're operating under, with your example, you're operating under the assumption that we're going to enter a good faith agreement, and that you're not going to take advantage of me as an employee. But unfortunately, there are examples where corporations, as my previous corporation, a large insurance company, decided to no longer operate in good faith, in my opinion. And so therefore, my request is to make sure that the state of Connecticut puts our employers and our employees in a position to operate in good faith.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, and forgive me, we were limited on the amount of time we have to ask questions, so I want to get a couple things on the record here before.
Sure.
Hold on a second, folks. Senator Sampson and other members, if you will address through me, that would be helpful, because then I can make clear that when you are limited on time, it doesn't mean that it's the time that the person takes to answer as well. You are paused and you get the full amount of the 3 minutes to continue if you have not already used it. So I just want to calm you down, and we're going to be flexible unless things get out of hand, and then try and get through this really respectfully. So thank you, Senator Sampson. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and forgive me, I lost my train of thought. I don't have any more questions.
I didn't mean to do that to you. I apologize. I just wanted to make sure you knew you had some more time. If it comes back to you while we're still questioning these folks, then feel free to get back to me on that. But
that's fine, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Sure. I do see Senator Cabrera had his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you, Frank, for testifying today. And I was wondering if you could speak to a little bit of the workload that you've been experiencing. I know last year, I think late summer or early fall, the Washington Post had done a story that the National Bureau of Economic Research did a survey of 3.1 million workers, and found that with the increase in remote work, that the average worker had lengthened their day by about 48 minutes. And there was a 13% increase in meetings and answering emails and so on, and using up data. Now that we are, what it looks like, I hope, starting to transition into more of a state of normalcy as people get vaccinated, I was wondering if you could speak a little to what you're seeing in your own work in terms of the increased time you're spending answering emails, attending meetings online, and so on.
Sure, that's an actually great question and great point. So not even just because of the pandemic, but essentially due to the increase in technology and the ability to work remotely and cell phones, being in a managerial role for the past 20 years to some point, I have seen my work hours increase beyond exponentially. I'm expected to answer emails and respond to incidents pretty much 24/7, and the whole environment and the way that people used to work has changed due to the fact that access to you is pretty much 24/7. And I think in some positions that are hourly, that necessarily apply. But when you're an exempt employee, meaning that you're salaried, you can work around the clock. I mean, so that expectation is there. And from my personal experience, my workload has increased, and the time and the life work balances has increased. And I think that's also a great point to consider with regards to this whole piece of paying for the technology to be able to support that extra work that I'm providing. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's one of the concerns I have We've seen the average length of a day for a worker increase exponentially, and there are many reports coming out. As you know, I think the nature of work is permanently changed in our country, and the expectations have where workers are going to be expected to be on call more, and the workload is going to increase, and I'm afraid permanently, because I think one of the aims, the legislation aims to correct. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands, but I do have a question for Representative Yacarino. I thank you for sending this bill to us again and persevering.
Yeah.
It does appear to me, we actually have another bill that is in development as well that was raised in this committee very similarly. And I think there's an opportunity here to really work collaboratively. But I guess my question to you is that it appears to me that, and you mentioned this, I believe in your remarks, that because of COVID, we have seen while there have been many people who've worked from home in the past, we've seen a real change because of the pandemic and how many people are working from home. And I think the point you were making, which I want to clarify if I'm right about that, is that as a result, we are going to see many more businesses that do not go back to having employees in-house. And just as we passed all kinds of laws and regulations as a state and as a federal government regarding work and how employers, the conditions that they impose on their workers, you're suggesting through this legislation, we have to now consider a new workplace scenario and also see that we're addressing these kinds of working condition issues and wages and compensation. Is that your?
Yeah, well, God willing, this pandemic will end, within the next year. But the fact is, economies for centuries have evolved, and the evolvement of the economy is going to be, I think, many people are going to work from home. It's a cost effective for the companies. It's just going to be the nature of business. Now, I'm not 100%, but I think you're going to see about 60% of people work from home, 50 to 60%. I don't know for sure. The point of it is I prefer no legislation here, but unfortunately, people don't get reimbursed. They get reimbursed, like Frank said, for their meals, for their travel. None of that's ever questioned, but technology is the biggest part of our lives now, and it will be continually going forward. And like I said, I spoke to Eric last night from CBIA. I'd like to work this out where it's fair for everybody. We don't expect somebody's data bill to be paid. We expect what's above and beyond. We don't want abuse. And unfortunately, there is abuse sometimes. If it's $140, you shouldn't be getting any additional reimbursement. But if you're going above and beyond that from your home, you should get that. It's federal tax codes. You could deduct things. So why couldn't you get reimbursed under the federal tax code? You could get reimbursed from working from home and using certain things. Why couldn't you get reimbursed for using technology that helps your company and helps the economy? That's all this is about. You're going to, like it or not, not everybody's going to get reimbursed, and I think they should. To Senator Sampson's point, I do agree with Rob in some ways. You don't want government to get involved, but unfortunately, it's the nature of business. It's the nature of human beings, the nature of government. So we need that fine line and to thread that needle. And I'd like to see something that works for everybody.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, and thank you, Frank, as well for testifying today. I see no other hands at this point, so we will move to our next witness. It's Representative Harrison. Is Representative Harrison with us? I see you, but I haven't. There you are. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, and Representative Aurora, as well as the distinguished members of the Labor Committee. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of House Bill 5379. Students in the Vocational Agricultural Programs, VOAG, are required to participate in a supervised agricultural experience. There are many work experiences that are acceptable and qualify for this requirement, including working on small farms. Students are paid for their time that they work, and the farms as an offshoot of that, are required to pay for a workers' compensation policy in the event that there's an unforeseen incident. And obviously we want to protect both the student and the farm. This places a very large financial burden on these small farms. And I'm advocating that we would provide this to be included in, in the budget to cover this opportunity. These small farms provide a large opportunity for these students. They work in a smaller setting. They have a one-on-one relationship with the farm. And I think in many cases, there's a strong incentive for the students to learn a wide variety of experiences. In addition, I would promote that the farm not be subjected to unemployment benefits or a student claiming these. These positions are really an augment of their educational experience and are designed to be temporary learning positions. And asking the small farms to pay for this assessment produces yet another undue burden. So I'd like to thank you for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Harrison. I don't see any questions at this time, but thank you for joining us and elaborating on your proposed bill.
Thank you.
Next, we have Representative, I believe Representative Conley. Are you with us? Yes.
Yes, I am here. Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Go ahead. I was just saying it's good to see you, but go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and the ranking members, I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you about HB 5377, an act concerning the removal of COVID-19 related layoffs from the unemployment compensation experience account. Here in Southeastern Connecticut, we've dealt with unemployment of upwards of 20%. While most of this unemployment is due to the travel and tourism market, there are many secondary and tertiary employers that have had to do small or large layoffs to deal with the fallout from COVID-19. These employers have already started to get increased experience rating in their unemployment. As we know, the experience rating is billed quarterly to employers and is paid either weekly for hourly non-exempt workers or biweekly for salaries or employers that do have exemptions. So there are employers in my district that are already seeing some increased fees due to unemployment. I would like this committee to remove COVID-related layoffs from the experience rating so that employers are dealing with non-COVID related layoffs, and to hope that we can offset the recovery of our employers. When folks are getting a higher weekly or biweekly rating, it is limiting their ability to recover. And again, if you've had substantial layoffs, here we do have our largest employers are still only open partially. So we have many folks that are trying their hardest to get back to work, either in their last job or in a new type of profession. And allowing these slight reductions in their rates will allow employers hopefully to take back some more people or give part-time workers a few more hours, or even assist these employers in their recovery, as we're all struggling along in this state. But Southeastern Connecticut was hit just exceptionally hard due to the travel and tourism market. We can hopefully JF this bill quickly out of Labor Committee, get it passed quickly through the House and the Senate, and then the Department of Labor can adjust the rates, hopefully retroactively. But even if we're just doing it going forward, any penny of relief that we can give to our businesses is well appreciated. Again, the state does not provide credit or provide reimbursement in actual dollars to employers if anyone's overpaid. If we can retroactive this bill, what the state does is it would provide a credit to your future unemployment payments. So that would allow the employers to not have to make those payments to use up the credit. So there will be no actual expense to the state, and we can fill these holes with federal funds or with just pacing out these increases a little bit longer, allowing our businesses to recover. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Conley. And as you heard earlier today, we had another bill proposed on the same subject. And so I feel like there is some real bipartisan support for this approach. So I really appreciate it. And I appreciate you being here to explain so thoroughly the bill. So I don't see any hands. So we'll move on to our next speaker. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Next up, we are on number 11. First Selectman Rudy Marconi. Are you with us, Rudy? Sorry, I shouldn't call you Rudy, but I do know you from down here, so I apologize for the familiarity. Good to see you, and I'm glad you look very healthy, having recovered from COVID. It's great to see you.
Yeah, thank you very much. All better. I want to thank everyone today for allowing me to testify. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, and Representative Aurora. I'm here to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 141. And as you heard Representative Rutigliano state earlier, we spent an inordinate number of hours back in 2016 in a collaborative effort to address this issue. And it was the feeling of everyone at the table, from the firefighters, workers' comp, the legislature, the municipalities, CCM costs, that we had come up with a solution that worked. And so I'm a bit baffled as well as to why this bill is being brought forward. But I'll read a little bit and then we'll go to Q&A in the interest of saving some time. SB 141 would, among other things, mandate that professional and volunteer firefighters who are diagnosed with cancer acquired through their occupational exposure be eligible for workers' comp, as you all well know. In 2016, CCM was part of a bipartisan effort to address this issue of cancer amongst firefighters. And as a result of that effort, Connecticut created a process and program to assist firefighters when they have exhausted their health and sick benefits. And I want to give credit to Representative Michelle Cook as well. She put in a tremendous amount of time on this, bringing everyone to the table as an example of how we can, as government, work together to come up with solutions that take into consideration everyone's point of view. And after careful dialogue with stakeholders, including municipal officials, firefighters, insurance carriers, workers' comp commission, it was determined a presumption would be a costly and undue burden. And that's probably at the heart of this as well, is in all the testimony this morning, regardless of the bill, I've heard nothing about a cost-benefit analysis. How much is this going to cost, and what is the true benefit going to be to the recipients of whatever the program may be? And that's one of the things we have to take a look at. One issue, for example, and I'll use Ridgefield, Connecticut, and a lot of you may spell that Richfield, and it's not, it's Ridge. But we still have expenses too. We still have to control the mill rate, and we're working as hard as we can. And I hear, a statewide mill rate, et cetera, and all these different ideas of how to generate additional revenue. We work very hard at controlling expenses. And our insurance costs, for example, our health insurance alone is now costing us $32,000 a year for a family. Not too long ago, that was at $18,000, $19,000. And believe me, we are constantly assessing, going out to bid, changing the plans, but at the forefront is providing our employees the best health care we can. And it's becoming tremendously expensive. Workers' comp, we are now approaching $1 million a year. And do we have our issues? Of course we do. Every single community is going to experience accidents, and they happen. But the cost that's associated with this is incredible. If we were to add this additional coverage to workers' comp, I asked the question, what will the cost be to the municipality? How much more will we be asked to pay? And the legislature, with all due respect, has spent an incredible amount of time saying we need to do more regional services. We need to consolidate our efforts. We need to bring our costs down. But on the other side of the ledger, we're hearing, oh, you need to do SB 141 and it should be part of workers' comp, without understanding what the costs are. They're going to be substantial cost increases. And the program we have today, and Representative Cook, I can recall as if it was yesterday, looking at all of us and saying, the young firefighter at 42 years old from Torrington, Connecticut, with a young family, fights a fire, and comes down with cancer. How does he pay when his benefits expire? How does he pay his mortgage? How does he pay his or her car payments, their kids, their children's education, put bread on the table, etc.? It is a problem. There's no question about that. Give what we put in place very recently an opportunity to work. If you want to take a look at it and fine tune it, we can see that happening. We can see how that might work. But just to take it and push it aside and say we're going to go with SB 141, just let's throw it into workers' comp without the consideration of the cost, to me, is inexcusable and should never happen. Some of the things that CCM is looking at is maintaining the state's commitment in supporting firefighters by increasing and securing a reliable funding stream for the Firefighter Cancer Relief Fund. And as you heard Representative Tigliano, the firemen oversee this. The firemen control the applications. And I want to remind everyone that what we did as well is put some burden on the lifestyle of the firefighter. And in Richfield alone, we're now supplying dual sets of turnout gear so that when they come back from a fire, they can put it into a washing machine. We bought new washers and dryers that can accommodate everything. We want to be sure that people don't say they became exposed to a fire at a fire and are chain smokers, smoke when they're off duty, etc. All this needs to be taken into consideration to be sure that we keep a watchful eye on the cost. And I just ask that you give consideration to what has been done in the past. And if we want to take a look at where we're at and study that and perhaps make some improvements, absolutely. But don't throw everything we did to the side and introduce a whole new bill right into the workers' comp system without looking at the cost. Thank you.
Thank you, First Selectman. And I see a hand, Representative Tigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, Rudy, it's good to see you. I really just want to take a quick minute and thank you for your hard work on that commission, and also to recognize the amount of work that Representative Cook did. I don't think we all would have been there or gotten to where we were without her and her leadership running the meetings. She runs a pretty good meeting, to be honest with you. So without getting into the whole complexities of the bill that we all worked on and the issue that we worked on, I would ask you, in your opinion, in my opinion also, but is it safe to say that the same consideration, the same commission and consideration that was given to that first bill should be given if we want to change it or make dramatic changes to what we all worked on? I don't believe, I mean, the task force, it took us months to get to a compromise position. I just don't know if we could do that with the committee process. It may need more time to address whatever somebody feels is wrong with the original legislation. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I have no problem going back to the table and taking a look at it and fine tuning it and maybe making some improvements. I don't think anyone that sat at that table would say no to that. And it was a good group, and we did listen, which was the most important thing. We listened to one another, and it was a two-way street, and I think a great accomplishment. And we should not abandon that solution to a problem, and we should revisit it.
I'll leave it there, Madam Chair, if anybody else has any questions. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands, but I do want to say that I appreciate your testimony here today. You've given a great deal, so a lot to think about. And I know that we will have opportunities to continue offline the discussion. So I look forward to that. Thank you for being with us today.
Appreciate your time. Good luck.
Good to see you. So we have next on our list, Angel Quiros. Oh, Commissioner, it's so good to see you. I haven't seen you since you testified before exec noms. It's great to see you again.
Great to see you. Good morning, Senators Kushner, Sampson, Representative Aurora, and Porter, and the members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. I am Angel Quiros, the Commissioner of our Department of Corrections. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 666, which allows all employees in the Department of Correction to be able to apply for workers' comp post-traumatic stress injury benefits. As you know, in 2017, Public Act 19/17 authorized parole officers in Department of Correction to apply for these benefits. I'm in front of you today to encourage you to extend the eligibility to all staff in the Department of Correction. I began as a correctional officer over 31 years ago, and I am grateful to have started my career as a correctional officer. I've had the opportunity to work within correctional environments and progress up the ranks. I have had front row view on hands-on opportunities to witness and experience varied challenges we speak of today. Every day of the week, I receive reports on the number of assault on staff, on the incarcerated, and thankfully infrequently incarcerated suicides. For most of the serious incident, I am contacted immediately, and my leadership team and I respond to a correctional facility or a hospital bed. At any time of the day, all hazardous duty employee may have to respond to a code, rushing to be part of their work environment to protect fellow correctional officers, teachers, medical staff, and of course, those individuals under our custody. Hazardous duty employees are in fact emergency first responder in correctional facilities, rendering medical assistance, breaking up violent altercations that often include participants using weapons. It is critical that they respond and use necessary force to stop a dangerous situation and bringing peace out of disorder. Because they never know when something may happen, they must remain continually vigilant and avoid injuries or death. The accumulation effort of this need to be aware and engaged in every day leads to an extreme amount of anxiety and work-related stress. Our job is to provide a safe environment while preparing individuals under our custody to return back to the community and live happy, productive lives. We are honored to accept that responsibility and do with selfless dedication and compassion. However, the harsh reality in our correctional facility at any given day is that the environment is unpredictable and at times extremely violent. Over time, this environment and the state of mind necessary to remain constant vigilant as a correctional professional has a detrimental impact on our well-being. I anticipate I won't be the only one to recite these staggering stats associated with those who work in this field, but it's important for the committee to know. Correctional officers have the second highest mortality rate of any job. 33.5% of the assaults in prison and jails are committed by incarcerated against staff. A correctional officer will be seriously assaulted at least twice in a 20-year career. And on average, a correctional officer will live only 18 months after retirement. Setting aside the data and testifying as the leader of a correctional profession, I can tell you the anguish, physical and emotional pain, anxiety, depression, alcoholism, and PTSD have taken their toll on countless individuals who have witnessed some of the most gruesome crime scenes, violent attacks, and work in some of the most challenging and dangerous environments. It's absolutely heartbreaking to see how these negative environment and violent situations take their toll not only on those individuals, but also upon their families and loved ones. Today, I urge lawmakers to consider adding correctional employees to the list of qualifying employees outlined in Public Act 1917, the opportunity to apply for a post-traumatic stress injury coverage following an eligible event. Not only are correctional employees not immune to the crippling effect of PTSD, we are leading the pack and not in a good way. A national study conducted by Desert Water Research revealed 27% PTSD rate found among all leading correctional staff and depression rate of 26%. That jumped to 34% when specifically assessing security personnel, subsequently higher in general population and all other first responder. Knowing this—
Thank you, Commissioner Quiroz. Your 3 minutes is up. I would appreciate if you could conclude your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, it's imperative that these working closest to and in charge with the proper care of these individuals receive the protection necessary to carry out the responsibility in the most humane and safe way. I'm grateful to all of you for considering this important endeavor and appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Quiroz, I want to just say how I haven't had the opportunity to congratulate you personally on your new position, but it is really wonderful to have someone who has the experience that you have coming through the ranks, so you have the direct experience and can relate to the officers that are under your charge, but also the administrative experience you've had so that you can testify on a bill like this and understand the full weight of what we're considering. I really appreciate that. I think my question to you is, I was able to participate in the passing the bill in 2019 that addressed post-traumatic stress for law enforcement and firefighters. And one of the things that I know we focused on in that bill, which would also, if we pass this bill, will pertain to Department of Corrections officers. We were concerned about making sure that we are giving folks who have been, suffered from PTSD, that we're giving them an opportunity to get better and go back to work. And that's something that we haven't heard a lot about, but that is really built into this and was a lot of the rationale for doing this, that we don't want to see officers who were so damaged that they can never go back to work because we're not giving them a fair opportunity. And so I wondered if that's been part of your consideration.
Yes, it has. And, since this bill passed, the parole officers have been covered under this bill, and we have not had one incident where a parole officer has applied for these benefits. And there has been some incidents out in the community where these parole officers have viewed a completed suicide, or have walked in to do a check in a residence and walked in with law enforcement and have found a parolee deceased. But the act here is to give them the opportunity for them to apply for the benefit, to correct themselves and return back to duty. And furthermore, when just want to make sure the committee is clear, it's not just a correctional officer responding to a gruesome incident or attack. You got correctional supervisors, you got correctional nurses that also respond with the emergency response. In the last 3 years, I can think of an incident in MYI where a school teacher was sexually assaulted by an offender out at MYI. And I'm working with this individual to bring her back because of the trauma that that incident had with her, and it's been 2.5 years. So it should not be just correctional officer. It should be any correctional staff that's been traumatized based on an incident. And again, it's just to have the opportunity for them to apply, and then the committee will make the decision, or not the committee, or the powers that be will make the decision if this incident qualifies for such a program.
Thank you. And I think that's really important information for us to take into consideration. So I appreciate your input on that and look forward to working with you all and making sure we get this right. So I do want to recognize my co-chair, Representative Porter, who'd like to make a comment.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and good morning, Commissioner Quiroz.
Good morning, Representative Porter.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Yourself?
I'm doing well. I don't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you for your testimony, and thank you for coming, before us to make the very valid points and arguments that you made. And we will definitely have further conversation around what you discussed as far as DOC as a collective and not just correctional officers. And yeah, just thank you for your service, and thank you to the correctional officers and everyone there that helps to make that ship, sail. So I look forward to talking to you offline about some things, but just wanted to greet you today and thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oops, sorry, I was muted. I don't see any other hands, so we will release you and go back to the good work that you are doing. Thank you. Next up, we have number 14, Joelle Fishman.
Good morning, Senator Kushner and Representative Porter and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, and thanks for this opportunity. My name is Joelle Fishman. I live in New Haven. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Connecticut Communist Party in favor of proposed bills 558 Fair Work Week Schedule and 658 Recall Laid Off Workers in Order of Seniority. The COVID-19 pandemic has not only revealed unfair and inhumane treatment of low workers, but at the same time, the pandemic has served to increase inequalities of race and wealth in our state and nationally. Both the Fair Workweek bill and the recall bill take necessary steps to provide dignity and economic well-being to the largely Black and Latinx workforce, mainly women in service industries. The cost of the pandemic cannot be placed on the backs of these essential workers who have risked their lives to do their jobs. The Fair Workweek bill has come before you for several years, and I have been among those who have testified about the need to limit on-call scheduling imposed primarily on low-wage workers. It's not possible to take an extra needed job, plan for childcare, or take care of other essentials without knowing definite work hours in advance. The pandemic has made it even more difficult as children are home for virtual learning. At the other extreme are the hotel and restaurant workers and childcare workers, among others, who have suffered layoff during the pandemic and are struggling to keep their housing and health care and put food on the table for their families. These workers require protections to assure that when their industries reopen, they are the ones hired back into their jobs according to seniority. Anything less would undermine work protections and collective bargaining for those who have union representation. It's the responsibility of government to make sure that families can thrive. In this case, it is the mandate of the harsh lessons of the pandemic that government take concrete steps to end practices that harm essential workers and that discriminate according to race and gender. So I want to thank you for bringing these bills forward and for all your consistent efforts on behalf of working people over the many years. The passage of proposed bills 558 and 658 in committee and by the General Assembly will go a long way to improving quality of life and the economy for workers in Connecticut. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and I want to recognize Representative Porter.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Good morning, Joelle Fishman. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I hope you are.
Just a quick thank you to you for all the work that you do here in New Haven, greater New Haven, around the state. And thank you for your testimony today in support of these very important bills.
Thank you, Representative Porter.
You're welcome. You have a good day.
You are an inspiration for our city and state.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Joelle. Good to see you. And thank you for being here. I'm going to move to our next speaker, seeing no other hands. So next we have Kimberly Davis, who is number 15. And Kimberly, let me just see where you are. See if your screen can you get your unmuted and see if we can get you on. Can we get you on camera as well?
There we go. Hello.
And I have to say before you start, it's so great to see you because for everyone who's watching, I've known Kimberly for years only because we've had so many dinners at the Hilton Hotel and you have been one of our servers, and it's really great to see you here today to testify. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and see everyone also. Yes, I'm here to testify for SB 658, the recall laid off workers in order of seniority. My name is Kimberly Davis. I live in the city of Hartford. I've been a Hartford resident my whole life. I'm a banquet server at the Hilton Hartford Hotel, and I've been working at that building at 315 Trumbull Street for more than 30 years. I was 18 years old when I started, and I was actually on the picket line outside the building when I was 16 because my mom worked there and she was fighting for her union contract. I've seen the hotel change. I've seen owners come and go, and my coworkers and I have been through a lot with the hotel. 15 years ago, as maybe some of you might remember, the hotel was sold to the Waterford Group and became the Hilton. We worked with the city of Hartford to make sure that we had a recall guarantee. They completely remodeled the hotel at that time, and we were out of work for about a year and a half. But having recall then gave us peace of mind and security. We knew that when the hotel reopened, everybody was coming back, And, you know, a lot of us did come back and a lot of us are still there. So something must be going right. And that's why I'm testifying today in favor of the worker recall bill. I know firsthand what a difference it makes. We've been out of work since March 15th of last year. And, you know, this thing has taken a toll on everybody. And I depended on that job. Like I said, I'm a lifelong Hartford resident. And with that job, I, you know, had the ability to purchase my own home. I put my son through college, and I'm a grandmother now. And I've been able to get unemployment and by working as an aide for my mentally disabled sister. And that's how I've been getting by on, you know, with money, and I'm on state health insurance. You know, it's something, but it's just temporary. You know, I completely am hoping that, you know, we're going to be able to go back to work, and the hotel will be reopened soon now that things are starting to ease up with vaccines. And, you know, people are going to want to go out again. People are going to want to start to have functions and affairs and go out and socialize. And, you know, when it's safe, we want to be back in the hotel, in the building, doing what we're doing. But after being there for so many years and, you know, putting so much of my life into the hotel, I think that we deserve the security of knowing that when work starts again, that we're going to be able to have our jobs back and be recalled in order of seniority. So I thank you all. And it was a pleasure seeing everybody again.
Thank you so much. And I just want you to know that if and when the hotel opens again, I'm sure it will, and I'll be there, I would want to see you there too. I mean, I think that is really important what you said, because through all the changes in the hotel, you've been a steady part of our experience, the experience of the public. And so I do have a question for you. I gather from what you're saying is because you have a union contract, you have been able to continue your employment through all these years and for changes in ownership. But however, I want to make sure if when the hotel reopens, are you still slotted to have a job when it reopens?
Well, we're hopeful. Yeah. You know, we absolutely, you're right that because we have the contract, we do have some recall rights, but you know, it's by seniority. So yes.
Well, that's good. It's good to know. But I appreciate you being here to testify on behalf of the folks that don't have those rights and don't have that guaranteed through some labor contract. So, you know, I just want to. I think your experience has been really helpful to understanding the importance of this bill for those who don't have that. So I do want to recognize one of my colleagues who has his hand up, Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question. Kimberly, I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank you for speaking out today. You know, the hard work that you and so many workers do day in and day out to make other people's lives comfortable is very important. And in the middle of this pandemic, so many of our workers, our fellow citizens, have suffered and struggled so much. So I really just wanted to say thank you for showing up today. Thank you for speaking on behalf of your coworkers. Your voice matters, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again and testifying on this and many other pieces of legislation that are so critical and important to working men and women in our state.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I see a hand. I'm trying to see hands as well for committee members, but some of you may not have the hand function under the participant icon. If you don't, and I don't see you, just start waving so it catch my attention. But I will call next on Representative Winkler. Representative Winkler, will you unmute yourself? I think I saw your hand, correct? Maybe you were just waving. I'll give him a minute, but we are not hearing you. We're not seeing you unmute your. Are you having technical difficulties unmuting? Nod your head if you hear me. Okay. I'm really sorry, but we're not able to get Representative Winkler Perhaps Devin, you can, our clerk Devin, you can step in and unmute him. Representative Winkler, are you hearing us? Yes. And are you having difficulty being unmuted?
We can't control the politics.
Can you hear me now?
I can, but can you mute your computer because
that's not, I mean, I'll help Jeff out here because that's a policy decision.
I thought I was muted.
Okay, you have to unmute.
Screw you all.
Did you have a question, Representative Winkler?
That could happen. Do I think it will happen?
No, I did not.
You came to Laura.
Okay, I saw you waving.
Whether you guys like him or not.
I waved because you were asking me a question. I want you to know I could hear it.
So, you know, get to know Vinnie Candelora.
Thank you for, and I'm sorry for the confusion. Just for the public who are watching, a lot of committee members have meetings going on simultaneously. So I imagine that's what we were hearing on the background. So I apologize for that, and we'll try and be a little more efficient. But again, Kimberly, it's great to see you, and thank you for being with us. I do not see other hands. So we'll move on to our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carlos Moreno. I guess I was on mute. I apologize. You can begin. It's good to see you, Carlos.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Thank you, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, Representative Aurora, Vice Chair Cabrera, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Carlos Moreno. I'm the State Director of Connecticut Working Families Organization. We're a multiracial progressive political organization that builds power for working people. Today, we're here to support two bills. We stand in support of SB 658, an act requiring employers to recall laid-off workers in order of seniority, and also SB 668, an act concerning a fair work week schedule. Most of my comments, however, are directed towards the Fair Work Week bill, which we've been supporting for a number of years as well. Basically, you know, throughout Connecticut, more than 350,000 low-wage hourly shift workers in retail, food service, and hospitality industries, many of them earning poverty wages, struggle to earn a stable income because of unpredictable and erratic work schedules. Employees are often forced to work with little notice, maintain open availability for what's called on-call shifts without any guarantee of work or pay, and have shifts canceled at the last minute. When extra hours or shifts become available, they are routinely denied a chance at the extra time, as employers deliberately keep their schedules at or below part-time levels in order to preclude them from qualifying for benefits, something that's very common, specifically in the retail industry. This is tantamount to modern-day exploitation of labor, we believe. When parents and caregivers' incomes are unstable, families struggle to meet basic expenses, pursue an education, arrange for childcare, doctor's appointments, family meals, et cetera, et cetera. Families suffer when working people have highly variable hours and no voice in their work schedules, which is really what this bill is about, a modicum of control over their own schedules. As a result, families struggle to spend enough time with their children and spouses. Parents and children suffer both from poor health, and families are ravaged financially. And these labor abuses are especially pronounced in our cities like Bridgeport, Hartford, Danbury, where approximately 72%, 70%, and 50% respectively, in that order, are living dangerously close to the federal poverty line, as we learned a couple of years ago with the recent ALICE report, which was conducted by the Connecticut United Way. So Connecticut's rising inequality, and currently we're ranked second. We're always somewhere between 1 and 3. We're currently ranked second in income inequality, right behind New York. Is a growing problem for our state. It's a big problem for our state. It leads to a decline in high-wage jobs, increase in low-wage jobs. Other factors that prevent upward mobility have led to high levels of family and child poverty. Food insecurity is often linked with unstable hours as well. Unexpected drops in work hours that can make families lose their insurance, paid leave, and childcare benefits at the moment that they need them the most when facing income loss due to reduced hours. Unfortunately, these kinds of scheduling practices are unnecessarily ingrained in the culture of corporate retail, food service, and hospitality, so much so that businesses will just keep abusing these practices just because they can. Workers are forced to accept that this is how the industry works, or else go ahead and quit. but quitting just isn't an option for most low-wage workers. Meanwhile, these practices have caused profound insecurity for working families, and they disproportionately harm women and people of color. And to make matters worse, low-wage workers in retail specifically experience more erratic schedules and unexpected shift changes at the height of the uncertainty of the crisis last year. According to a poll we did, 42% of workers had less control over their schedules during the height of the crisis, that time between the end of March and the beginning of May. And 75% said that they had last-minute schedule changes, at least occurring once a week.
Carlos. Your 3 minutes are up. Please conclude your remarks.
I will, thank you. So at the end of the day, most importantly, low-wage workers, predominantly Black, brown men and women, have become financially destabilized as a result of the pandemic. They basically need hours that they can count on to pull themselves and their families out of financial ruin. So for these reasons, we urge the Labor Committee members to vote in favor of SB 668, and we thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Carlos. I do see a hand, Co-Chair Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Carlos. How are you?
Good morning. Good. How are you? Thank you for having me.
I'm doing well, thank you. I wanted to know if you could just elaborate a little bit more for us on the impact, right, that this has on the workers that you're describing who this bill would benefit.
Absolutely. We believe that the major part of the problem exists within the large corporate retailers, large corporate franchises, specifically in those three industries, retail, hospitality, and food service. And that are industries that are predominantly occupied by women of color, by people of color, disproportionately so. These are retail workers, hospitality workers, restaurant workers that don't really count on these jobs as a part-time job. But they're folks that actually depend on these kinds of jobs, and the erratic nature of the scheduling practices really leads them down this downward spiral of like financial instability. And when you think about workers in these industries, 350,000 of them across Connecticut, living in the state with the highest income inequality, it just compounds the problem that we're experiencing now. It widens the wealth inequality gap and the racial inequality gap. So, we believe that there were some important strides that were made a couple of years ago when we passed paid family medical leave, when this Labor Committee was very instrumental in passing paid family medical leave and minimum wage increase to $15 over a period of 4 years. We think this bill goes hand in hand with really directing the attention to the low wage workers that would benefit from those bills. It goes hand in hand, right? The increase in the minimum wage is only as good as being able to rely on those hours that folks are really counting on. And when they have schedule changes, drop shifts left and right, they can't rely on that money, and they're forced to cobble together different kinds of incomes at different places, may perhaps work 2 part-time jobs in 2 different industries, and then be subject to on-call scheduling in 2 different establishments. It's just untenable, and it prevents folks from really improving their quality of life.
Thank you for that. And one last question for you, Carlos. Can you tell me, and you may have stated this, and I apologize if I missed it, what other states, if any, have passed this legislation?
Currently, the state of Oregon is the only state that has passed this legislation. Many municipalities around the country, though, have been passing similar Fair Work Week laws. Most recently, Philadelphia, Chicago, some of the first cities were Seattle, Emeryville, California, San Francisco, and they all more or less call for basic labor standards that are more or less equal in many places. They call for advanced notice of posting of schedules, usually around a 14-day period, compensation for schedule changes, for drop shifts, good faith estimate of work schedule at the moment of hire, an employee right to decline hours, access to hours. That's what we're advocating for, what we think would be a strong bill. And then I might also add that this legislation, while it's been gaining a lot of traction in the municipalities, has also been introduced this year in New Jersey, and we expect hopefully in Colorado as well.
Wow, well, thank you for that. I do have other questions, but I'll catch you offline and make sure I get those answered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see another hand, Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Morano, thank you for your testimony. You just referred to Philadelphia and some other cities which have such regulation. And I actually did some study, and you're right. but most, if not all of those cities, really implement those regulations only on large chains. So I think Chicago is over 500 people, and Philadelphia, I think, is also over 30 establishments. So do you think that is a reasonable compromise? Because we hear a lot that the small businesses are just gonna one, two restaurant changes are just have to close down because of this.
Sir, no, and I appreciate the question. It's a valid point. I would say two things to that. One, we believe that a bill that would target the heart of the problem is a bill that would target the large corporate chains, whether that is 250 employees or more, or 500 employees or more. I think we have to take a closer look at that in Connecticut, but I think that would be fair. But the other thing that I would say is that regardless of whether you're a small business with 25 employees or a large corporate retailer like Walmart with thousands of employees, or worldwide, more than that, the data shows that that fair workweek laws everywhere where it's been established has actually improved business productivity, retention of employees, and employee morale. What we're trying to eliminate is the unpredictability that leads to very poor outcomes with employees, and those poor outcomes actually lead to increased absenteeism in the workplace. Fair workweek laws have shown to reduce that because folks have more control over their schedule. So regardless of your business size, I would say it's good for any size business. But yes, if we want to tackle the heart of the problem, it would be the large corporate chains.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up question here?
I don't believe you've used your 3 minutes, of course.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Moreno, there's no question that from a worker standpoint, this is tough. There is nobody who's going to contend that on shift is not tough. But we hear from the small business owner, and I'm right now really saying about, you have one restaurant owned by 20 with employing 20 or 30 people. And for them, it's tougher, it's also very tough. I hope for you to put also yourself in their shoes, that now they have, the demand is nothing which they can forecast. It's not on their purpose that they are going to, they can't forecast it most of the times. A cancellation happen, a party opens up, weather becomes better, and so on and so forth. So the question for you, which I have, is that given that the nature of the business is driving some of it, and the competitiveness in those businesses keeps margins what they are, this may lead to a loss of those jobs, period, because the small restaurant, the one unit restaurant, is quite a large employer in many, many towns. And so would you not are you okay with the risk of creating quite a large scale loss of jobs, on the other side, or use of technology or robotics, which is coming up very fast on one side as a result of this law, which would also harm our workers? So any studies or your viewpoints on those, or your expertise on that on one side we have, possible loss of jobs or replacement of jobs by robots, or, those machines which do it, self-serving machines, self-checkout machines. You know how robots are going to look. They're not going to look like what they had in the movies. They're going to look like self-serving machines, and so on and so forth. And they're going to replace a lot of workers. A lot of workers think about self-serving machines in themselves. And my question to you is, we have a choice to make. Either let the industry kind of work so that we at least have this employment, or just lose all of this employment if we put such kind of laws, especially on small businesses.
Sure. So with respect to the loss of jobs points, there have been several. The retail industry, to some degree, has already been moving in this direction, discontinuing on-call shift scheduling without it suffering any repercussions or having to move towards automation. With respect to automation, there are things that automation cannot do that an employee does that really informs the customer experience, that leads to a better business outcome for employers, right? With respect to loss of jobs, I would give one example. In the retail industry, 4 or 5 years ago, there was an attorney general led effort leading class action lawsuits against 7 major retailers. It was led by New York attorney Eric Schneiderman, and the past Attorney General here, George Jepson. Long story short, they were going to sue 7 retailers: Walt Disney Company, Aeropostale, David's Tea, Clark's, because of the threat of that legislation, they just decided to discontinue the practice of on-call scheduling altogether, and it did not lead to loss of jobs. In fact, it improved their business outcomes. So that's what I would. So again, I would lean on the data. The data that we've seen has always been a net positive or a net neutral for businesses that have implemented these practices, some voluntarily and some under the threat of legislation, with no negative outcome for employers.
No, thank you very much for that answer. My only concluding comment would be that retail sector in itself has been suffering very large loss of jobs because of e-commerce and automation. And I really appreciate the fact that yes, there are still industries like Walt Disney, which have done very well until recently, and have been, and they should basically improve worker wages and worker conditions, which they are. But I thank you for your testimony. These are all conflicting. It's not a straightforward issue. These are conflicting elements here, and I appreciate you bringing many of these to light here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it.
I have a couple of questions, and first off, I want to go back to your last response, where you talked about some of the studies that have shown that this has produced greater employee retention. If you could make those studies available to our committee clerk, we'll make sure that everyone on the committee has those. And I think that would be helpful in understanding the bill and also understanding the data. I also wanted to ask you, I think you talked about, you mentioned in your testimony that a lot of these workers hold more than one part-time job. And I want to go back to that because I do feel like that is a real conflict. And what happens to the worker that is scheduled to work in one part-time job, and then there's a last-minute change to their schedule in the other? And I wondered if you could address what you've seen in that regard.
Absolutely. We tend to organize mostly in retail communities and in restaurant communities with workers. And what we've seen is that these are positions that are predominantly occupied by women of color and families that are counting on these sorts of incomes. So when folks are susceptible, when folks are trying to work 2 different part-time jobs that both incorporate these really erratic scheduling practices, it really leads to negative outcomes in their family lives. It leads to a lot of family strain. It leads to missed doctor's appointments. It's an inability to pursue education. But most what we've seen is the struggle with childcare. And that is very real. When folks are planning on working and they've made a commitment to a nanny or a babysitter to take care of their child because they are intending to go into a shift only to have it canceled, they are still on the hook for part of that pay or all of the pay that they were going to give to that babysitter. That babysitter is also subject to, by proxy to those, to that, negative scheduling practice as well. So it really leads to excessive financial destabilization and a quicksand effect where you just can't get out of the muck to pay your own bills and keep up, and it's a downward spiral. I think that the minimum wage increase is helping to provide some more relief to folks. And I would advocate in accelerating that if there's any way possible. But the Fair Work Week law would be an important complement to at least preclude some of those negative aspects that are happening to folks.
Thank you. And I would imagine and hope that with increases to the minimum wage, we could put people in the position where they're not required to hold multiple part-time jobs. Because I know it's not just people who hold 2 part-time jobs. We have certainly heard from people in the past that hold 3 and 4 part-time jobs. And obviously managing those schedules becomes nearly impossible. I did want to go back to your testimony again. There was something else that you mentioned. You were relating other states that have passed Fair Work Week bills previously, and those that have introduced. You said New Jersey, and you mentioned another state that was introducing one now. Could you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there are efforts to introduce a bill in Colorado. I'm not sure if it's on the books yet, but they're working on it.
Okay. And then the other, that is another piece of information that'd be helpful to the committee if you could send that list of states that have done this to us, although I'm sure we can get that information also from our folks in LOR. But I also I didn't hear you say New York, and maybe I missed it, but I thought that New York had passed that, and maybe is that one of the places where that has been in place for a long time?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. New York City has a very strong Fair Work Week law, similar to legislation that we've proposed in the past. In fact, I think probably a little bit stronger with regards to their compensation structure. And then the state of New York, while they don't have a Fair Work Week law, have aspects of Fair Work Week legislation, such as I believe there's at the state level, there's a clopening clause that provides for a certain amount of rest period between shifts. Which is something that we've advocated for in this bill. Basically, folks that work an evening shift and work until late at night and are forced to work an early morning shift and with little time to rest in between. I believe that is in their hourly labor law, if I'm not mistaken. But what we commonly refer to as a Fair Work Week law is in full effect in New York City.
And can you tell us how long has that been in effect in New York City?
3 years, if I'm not mistaken. 2 to 3 years.
And have you seen any data that has analyzed the result of that, Bill?
Studies in New York City, not that I'm aware of, although there will be folks who are in the speaking order who can also testify to that. I believe that there are folks from 32BJ in New York who will be speaking on behalf, recommending proposals that are reflected in their own Fair Work Week legislation in that city, so they could speak to that.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And I see I see a question from Representative Aurora. Representative Aurora, is that a question for me as the chair, or because I do believe you've already used your 3 minutes? You're on mute. I'm sorry, Representative Aurora, we can't hear you.
Yes, no, I wanted to have a follow-up question on the question you just asked about New York City. And I'm hoping that I can ask Mr. Marino the same question.
Representative Aurora, I want to be flexible about the rules, and I want to make sure everyone gets an opportunity. I will allow you to make a very brief question, but I would discourage you from making it a comment and a question and using a lot of time. So, I do want people to adhere to the rules. I also want to make sure that we are getting the most out of this hearing. So if you will keep your question very brief, I'm happy to entertain it. Or you can ask me as the chair, and I'm happy to ask it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought the rule had been relaxed because you yourself asked more than 3 questions right there.
Excuse me, Representative Aurora, I am the chair, and as the chair, there's a lot that I have to accomplish in running this hearing. So I don't believe that I will be governed by the 3 minutes, because in many cases, I'm fully acting and performing as the chair, and not just as a committee member asking a question. If you want to discuss that further, let's do that offline so we can make sure we get to as many we have so many people still signed up to speak, and we want to hear from everyone from the public. So if you have any concerns about that, happy to talk to you about that offline. But as the chair, I have given you the opportunity through me to ask a follow-up. So what is your follow-up?
My follow-up question is that for New York, which we were discussing a moment ago, what is the limit of to what kind of organizations does it apply to? As my understanding is that too applies to only larger firms and not to small businesses, because the real risk, as we all perceive, is to small businesses.
Excuse me, Representative Aurora, I asked you to ask the question. Let's have the answer. So let me direct that question to the speaker. Carlos, can you tell us the law in New York, as it was asked? You heard it asked by Representative Aurora. Who does that apply to?
The New York City law governs practices in retail and food service establishments, and calls for 14 days advance notice of work schedule, what they call a premium pay, what we here call predictability pay, in previous bills that call for halftime pay for unworked hours that were previously scheduled. So for example, if I was scheduled to work an 8-hour shift, at halftime pay, I'd be due that 4 hours at my regular rate of pay. And they also have a no clopenings period. If I remember correctly, the rest period between shifts might be somewhere between 9 to 11 hours. And then there's certain provisions in that bill that we've also proposed in the past, such as written agreements between the employer and the employee at the time of hire, where good faith estimates are made for an employee's work schedule, and conversely, the employee would submit hours that they are able to work, and the employer has a right or duty to the best of its ability to accommodate that schedule. So again, there will be somebody from New York City that can comment on that law, but I believe those are the major provisions.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno.
Madam Chair, could you ask Mr. Moreno to actually answer the question as to what kind of organizations, large organization, because it's my understanding it only applies to 500 plus people plus. Is that true?
Representative Aurora, I will ask if you could answer how the size of the employers, Mr. Moreno.
I believe it is large corporate retailers and food service. So your McDonald's, your Walmarts, for example. I don't know the number of employees off the top of my head. I'm happy to get that for you. And again, somebody from New York City can tell you, but I believe it does not impact small businesses, if I'm not mistaken. Small businesses can be anywhere, basically anything under 500. So what some people call small businesses is really a large business, as we think. But again, I can get that information for you, and somebody can speak to that later.
So,
thank you, Mr. Moreno. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Carlos, I do want to ask you, so when you said just now that businesses, large business, any business under 500 is considered a small business, is that because of the federal statutes? The Federal Small Business Association governs businesses under 500. Is that what you're referring to?
That's correct. 500 or less, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I see no other hands. So thank you for being with us today, and we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Sure. Next up, we have Melanie Kolick. Melanie, that's number 19. Is Melanie with us? There you are. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of this esteemed committee. My name is Melanie Kolick. I'm legal counsel for the Connecticut Education Association, proudly representing public school teachers across our state. And a majority of my practice in representing our educators is before the Workers' Compensation Commission. And I'm providing my testimony today regarding Senate Bill 660. It is critical our Workers' Compensation Act be expanded to include mental and emotional impairments for all employees arising out of and in the course of one's employment. The status of the law right now, as you know, is that there's no compensability of mental or emotional claims for most employees without a physical component. Nearly 60% of the educators I represent suffer from some mental or emotional damage as a result of the injury occurring. The actions that cause these unseen injuries for educators include, but are not limited to, being hit, scratched, pulled, shoved to the ground, and punched by students they are charged to care for and educate. There may be many arguments against this expansion, which you will hear today, including costs and abuse factors, which were discussed before the 1993 Workers' Compensation Act reforms. Taking a closer look at the statutes and case law, however, checks and balances to prevent abuse are already in place, which can simply be converted to mental and emotional impairment claims. You will undoubtedly hear testimony from advocates against this bill that nearly 10% of the population, maybe more, suffers from some type of mental anguish or injury at some point in their life. You might even hear that mental and emotional impairments are extremely common. In fact, several studies have shown that almost 80% of Americans suffer from some lumbar or cervical symptoms in their lifetime, and yet those physical injuries are recognized already under the Act. This is a fundamental mental health issue. With advances in medical science, we must make mental health services available, not deny that treatment to our working population who suffer in silence without the opportunity and resources for treatment. Inclusion of mental and emotional claims under the Workers' Compensation Act is necessary, it's timely, and in the very best interest of our working citizens. Thank you.
Oops, I thought I unmuted. Thank you, Melanie. I don't see any other hands, but I have a couple of questions for you. I am interested in knowing, you mentioned the 1993 reform. And prior to 1993, as I understand it, all workers were covered and for mental and emotional impairments. And when that changed, it had a dramatic impact. Can you, I don't know how long you've been there or if you have the information at hand. If not, maybe you could get it for us. But I would be interested to know the number of claims for teachers prior to the law changing in 1993, if someone has that information. And that would be helpful to know, sort of the scope and the magnitude of what we're speaking to.
I'd be happy to provide that to you.
Great, thank you. And I'm just, I think your comments about the number of people that have suffered, in the general population, suffer mental and emotional impairments relative to other impairments like the back injury that you mentioned. That would also be helpful to have that. If you could forward that information to the committee, we'll get it to our members, because I think that is an argument that I have heard repeatedly. But at this time, I have no other questions, and I don't see any other hands, and I appreciate your participation here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on our list, we have number 20, Diana Butler from 32BJ. Are you with us, Diana? I see you, but Diana is here, and so if you can unmute yourself, Diana, if you hear me. And you need to camera, get you on camera. Great. Great. Can you hear me? I could see you for a minute, but you were muted. Let me give her another minute. Diana, I know you came on camera for a minute and then there's some background noise, but I'm not sure where that's coming from. Devin, maybe you could help Diana offline and we'll move to the next person on the list and see if we can get her back in a minute. But next on the list, I do have Caroline Johnson. Caroline, are you with us?
I'm here.
Thank you. Go ahead and we'll get back to Ms. Butler if we can.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Kushner, Madam Chair, and members of the Labor Committee. I'm here today to fully support proposed bill number 141. My husband was New Britain firefighter Scott Johnson, and the father to our 3 sons, Zachary, who's 13, and our twins that are age 9, Benjamin and Jacob. From the time that my husband was a young child, all he ever wanted to do was be a firefighter. That dream became his reality when he became part of Recruit Class 40 in 2007. But ultimately, it was this same dream that took his life on August 16th of 2017 at the age of 43. I'm sorry. Scott was diagnosed with stage 4 colorectal cancer in April of 2015. And during the course of my husband's illness, I stood by his side. I supported him and was his voice on the days when he wasn't able to speak because he was too weak to do so. And that's exactly why I'm here today. I'm here to advocate and speak on his behalf and on behalf of so many others that are currently fighting or have succumbed to this battle. I don't like to use the phrase lost his battle because in my eyes, someone who fights long and hard the way that my husband did, they didn't lose anything. The New Britain Fire Department lost a friend and a brother, but this state lost something greater. They lost a hero. It's been almost 6 years, and I still ask myself every day, why? Why am I a widow at the age of 41? And why do my boys no longer have their father? This has not been an easy road, but I think the answer is quite simple. The men and women of this profession are expected to run into these burning buildings and save lives. But what happens to them when they get sick? Carcinogens are not just inhaled, but they are absorbed through the skin. And this is a profession that must be far more respected and not taken for granted, as these men and women put their lives and their health on the line for us. Connecticut, in my opinion, has dropped the ball when it comes to protecting its firefighters. How is it that when someone gets the news that they have cancer, they are told that they need to use all of their sick time, their vacation time, and their paid holidays because workers' compensation does not recognize that cancer is a work-related illness? Someone who gets a diagnosis such as this should not worry about how they're going to pay their bills, but focus solely on how they're going to fight to beat this disease, to live to see another day. For those who will succumb to this work-related illness, much like my husband did, it goes without saying that any firefighter who gets cancer while on this job should be considered a line of duty death. Scott's not the first, nor will he be the last to die from cancer on the job. His death never made sense to me. It's never going to, until today. I know that his purpose here on earth was not just to be a good husband and father and friend, but he's here today to pave the way so that others will never have to endure what my family has endured. This bill is personal. It's hugely personal to me, and it's hugely personal to my family, his friends, and the department. I'm hoping today that you will do right by these brave men, women, and their families and pass this bill. Pass Bill 141. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. And first of all, I just wanted to say how sorry we are for your loss, and the loss, as you mentioned, to the state and to all of our communities. And, you know, we are aware of how serious this condition is. I have some questions, but I'll wait until I hear from Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will leave the questions to you because I'm sure we're on the same accord there. Mrs. Johnson, I really did just want to thank you for being here today. Thank you for the service of your husband. My condolences to you and your boys. And this is really an effort for us to do exactly what you're petitioning today. We don't get to call them heroes and then don't treat them like heroes. And I have to give that accolade to Senator George Cabrera because he nailed it one day in a conversation, and it has resonated with me every since. We don't get to call them heroes and not treat them as such. So thank you so much for the courage to come before us and share a painful, painful story. And I'm so sorry that that is the way it went, but very grateful for his service and very grateful for you being here today.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I don't know if you've been listening before you got on to speak, but we did have some questions raised about an earlier bill that was passed that created a cancer fund. And as I understand your testimony, that while there was some compensation from the cancer fund, there were many things that were not covered. And I wondered if you would just go over those because I think we'll hear from others who were involved in the negotiations around that bill, but it's helpful to us to know what you know, from your experience, what you received from the cancer fund but did not receive from because it wasn't qualified under workers' comp.
Okay, so for the city of New Britain, we did not get, the men and women on the department pooled their time because workers' compensation wasn't offered to him. Mm-hmm. So they pooled their time so that he could go and get chemo and he could get radiation and he could travel. You know, and after he passed, my sons and I are on the Husky plan. You know, we're on the Connecticut plan because he didn't die in the state's eyes in the line of duty. So because he's not a line of duty death, we don't get benefits like that. We don't get additional healthcare coverage. He's not recognized. He's not recognized on the wall in South Windsor. He's not recognized even in the city of New Britain because cancer is not a line of duty death. And I don't understand. I don't understand why that is. So for myself and for our boys, and even for Scott, the stress of him traveling and, you know, pushing to go to work, vomiting while he was at work, being lethargic, but yet still pushing himself to work because he knew that he had to, is not something that, or any family should have to go through. You know, you're fighting for your life. And like I said, nobody should be put in that position where they feel that they are not going to be able to provide for their family.
Thank you. I know that it has been brought to our attention by an earlier witness that there were no death benefits through, workers' comp has a very limited death benefit. At this time, it's only $4,000, which I'd like to see changed, but nonetheless, as I understand it, your family did not receive that death benefit.
No.
Well, I heard from earlier folks in this hearing that there would be an openness to reopening those discussions and negotiations regarding the cancer fund that was created and other alternatives that may be necessary. And I just want you to know that we really appreciate you testifying here today. I know that was hard for you, but you did it out of love for your husband and for the cause. And so we really appreciate that. And it will help inform us to make good decisions about this bill and the needs of firefighters going forward. So I really appreciate you pushing through your sadness and sharing with us. Thank you.
I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next on the speakers list is Sal Luciano. Good to see you, Sal. It's hard to follow that, I know, for anyone who's feeling it's a emotional moment. So I appreciate it. I know myself, I feel moved by Ms. Johnson's testimony, but we will move on to hear from you today, Sal. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and the hardworking members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Sal Luciano, and I'm proud to serve as president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. I'm in support of 10 labor bills, most addressing structural racism, which is needed, critical, and timely. Senate Bill 658. Among those who've suffered the most during the pandemic are workers who've been laid off due to no fault of their own. Many of these are low-wage workers, most Black, brown, and women, not deemed essential. They've lost their jobs and most likely their health care. They continue to struggle to find work, feed their families, and keep a roof over their heads. When businesses begin to reopen, these workers deserve a fair opportunity to return to their jobs and restore that livelihood. We support all three of the workers' compensation bills because they're desperately needed. Workers' comp was established to provide a safety net for employees injured on the job. We often forget that injuries can be to a worker's mental health or emotional well-being. We applaud the proponents of these bills who've long fought to have the trauma suffered by their colleagues recognized as workplace injuries and compensated as such. We understand that there was an agreement made among stakeholders and legislative leaders in 2019 when Public Act 1917 passed, providing workers' compensation coverage for police officers and firefighters suffering from PTSD, to extend these protections to dispatchers, EMS personnel, and correction staff. Efforts to honor that agreement were stalled last March when the General Assembly ceased operations due to the COVID-19. The pandemic has reminded us about the importance of mental health and how mental health and emotional injuries cannot be avoided in the workplace. Essential workers continue to show up and do their jobs as many of us work from home. They worked on the front lines of this public health emergency for almost a year now, forced to manage intense stress, soaring workloads, and emotional challenges that have taken a toll on many. Doctors, nurses, and thousands of other healthcare workers have struggled to cope with the anxiety of working in close proximity to COVID-19 patients in hospitals, nursing homes, and other healthcare settings. At times, they lack sufficient personal protective equipment and feared infecting themselves, their coworkers, other patients, and family members. They watched the virus ravage their patients without having the tools to successfully treat them. They have had to be surrogate family members as well as caregivers, as facilities limited visitation to prevent further spread of the viruses. In too many cases, they were the only ones with dying patients as they took their last breaths while family members said goodbye on the phone or via FaceTime. After their shifts, many undress in their garage, undergoing elaborate decontamination routines before they can safely seek solace from their loved ones. These are the circumstances that they have dealt with on every shift for the last 11 months. First responders have always been on the front lines responding to serve the communities in times of crisis, but nothing could have prepared them for this. They
Thank
have
you, Mr.
provided
Luciano. Your 3 minutes are up. Please conclude your remarks.
We would urge you to pass these bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Sal. I just want to review, I heard you articulate three workers' comp bills and Bill 658. But you mentioned at the outset that there were 10 bills that you wanted to address. Could you identify the other bills and comment on them?
Sure. I did 658, the workers' comp bills. The Act concerning reimbursement of certain expenses incurred by employees during the course of their employment, and an act concerning the removal of COVID-19 related layoffs from the unemployment compensation experience. Like many states, Connecticut unemployment insurance program has been designed so that employers that lay off employees with greater frequency face higher UI taxes than employers that maintain stable employment, which makes sense. Under normal circumstances, that does make sense. But amid a global pandemic, some non-essential businesses have been more heavily impacted than others. Layoffs related to COVID-19 were created by a public health emergency, not by poor management or other avoidable circumstances. HB 5377 and HB 5354 would reduce burdens on struggling businesses and provide them peace of mind to know pandemic-related UI claims will not cause their unemployment insurance taxes to increase at a time when they can least afford to pay them. We urge the committee to support this bill, these bills. HB 6343, an act ensuring fair employee protections for gig workers. Again, the pandemic has proven more than ever that improperly classified employees are being taken advantage of by internet-based food delivery and rideshare companies. Rideshare services such as Uber and Lyft are among the most egregious employers who intentionally misclassify their employees. We urge the committee to support it. House Bill 6344, an act creating the Office of Unemployed Workers Advocate. Much like the Office of Healthcare Advocate has helped Connecticut's consumers understand their rights and responsibilities and assisted them to resolve problems with their health insurance plans, an Office of the Unemployed Workers Advocate would do the same for unemployed workers. Hundreds of thousands of workers have filed unemployment claims for the first time in their lives because of the pandemic, and this would go a long way to help them. And of course, we also support Senate Bill 668 and have in the past an act concerning the fair work week schedule. Almost half of all jobs created since the Great Recession has been in low-wage industries such as retail and fast food. Before the pandemic, more than 57% of Connecticut workforce was made up of hourly workers. 250,000 of them had children under the age of 18. Driven exclusively by profits, these employers pay low wages, offer few, if any, benefits, and produce no predictability in work hours. In many cases, some of these people will pay for childcare and then be asked to go home and be in a situation where they couldn't even afford the childcare for the day. So we urge the Labor Committee to support these bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sal. And I am looking to see if there are hands. I do see Representative Porter. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Luciano, for your testimony today. You touched on HB 6343, the gig, right? The gig bill.
Yes.
And I want you could just speak a little more to how you see companies taking advantage of classifying, right, their workers as independent workers. Are there any examples that you could give us for the record?
Yes, Lyft and Uber would be prime examples where they have to pay for their own car insurance, they have to pay for their own gas, and yet they're treated as employees, making hundreds of millions of dollars for these corporations, while often having to work 2 and 3 other jobs. So they act like employees, but they're treated as 1099 contract workers.
Okay, and that benefits the company by not having to, and I'm just trying to get clarity on what you're saying, by not having to pick up the tab for the things that the workers are paying for, like the cars and the gas, and still being paid wages. Is that correct?
Exactly. They pay no Social Security. As you know, Social Security is paid for both by the employee and the employer. They don't pay even Social Security. There's no benefits. There's no health care. And so almost all the costs are passed to these workers who are treated as contract workers, but are truly employees for the corporation.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your testimony today, and thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I have a question about the workers' comp bills and post-traumatic stress. I asked an earlier witness about this, but I think you might have some knowledge. Before 1993, all workers were covered, as I understand it, by the workers' compensation statutes that included post-traumatic stress injuries. And I'm just wondering if you've been around a while, I know, because I knew you back then.
It's a very nice way of saying I'm old.
Not older than me though, so I didn't want to go there. But I did want to ask you if you have some experience prior to the reform, and I wondered if you could elaborate on that and both what the rationale was then and sort of what the experience has been since we did make that change.
It's interesting because post-traumatic stress, I don't think was really identified at that time as that. And so what they did was they kind of threw the baby out with the bathwater. It was so broad, and businesses were claiming that it was way too expensive. And it's interesting because they've really eviscerated a lot of the mentally ill capacity to. Right now, the only way you can get anything for mental illness is if it causes physical. So it's called like mental physical now. And so that's the earlier on pre-93, you can just stress was a reason to get disability. And so they wanted to take the stress piece out because you can claim stress for a lot of things. And I don't think they meant to get rid of post-traumatic stress, but I don't think they knew about that at the time. And so because you cannot, a broken leg, you can see that it's broken. Somebody who's saying that they're having anxiety is not visible. And so because businesses complained about the cost, we just took them out of the equation. And so this is an attempt to have medical support, talking about the damage that can be caused in the workplace that can be so debilitating. I know personally know a nurse who's always wanted to be a nurse all her life and has been doing it for 20 years, who can't do it anymore because just this last year was just between the physical piece of it, being afraid to take off her mask for fear because she only had the one mask. So she didn't drink or eat anything for her entire shift. And it's still true. So that's why we're asking you to look at this, because of the damage that has been done to people who, unlike us, don't have a choice to work from home. They have to be there.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. It's helpful to understanding what happened and what we need to address. I do see another hand, Representative Winkler.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Luciano. We've both been around for a while and even had parallel careers for a short time. So back in the 1990s, when stress was outlawed, would you say that we were still in the stiff upper lip, lift yourself up by your own bootstraps, you can overcome mental illness by an active will kind of environment?
Oh, absolutely. It it really is almost like prehistoric times. It's like, what do you mean you're mentally ill? You know, get up and go to work. There was a real blindness to that. And so, yeah, you know, who cares if you're depressed? You know, just get up and do what you need to do. That it was that kind of environment.
So we're moving towards a society that recognizes a parity between mental and physical illness. And in bringing PTSD back into unemployment compensation would be just part of this societal evolution and towards this parity.
Absolutely. I don't even, you know, it's just hard to understand how blind people are to mental, just because it's not visible. You know, any kind of, as I said, a broken leg or an amputated hand, it's visible and people can see it, but the mind can also be damaged and crippled. And go through such emotional stress and it not being addressed at all.
Was workers' compensation initially established for the benefit only of the employees?
No, it was an accommodation that was reached because employers were afraid of being sued because of actions that they took that may have made their employee sick. And as a result, it was an accommodation so that the courts didn't get clogged up, workers didn't seek millions of dollars of damages, and it was a way to try to accommodate the needs of the employers and the employees.
So in a way, workers are precluded from filing lawsuits for on-the-job injuries because of the existence of workers' comp?
Yes, that's why every time people say that employers are concerned about the expense, I wonder if they'd rather get sued.
Do workers have the right to sue over stress since they weren't covered under workers' compensation?
No.
So in a sense, the law precludes people with job-induced mental conditions from suing even though they can't collect.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I see another hand, Representative Vargas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sal, in recent years, I've seen several science programs where they do brain scans now, and they can actually see the pain inflicted by anxiety and depression. Do you think that this new technology could help separate, frivolous cases from more serious cases?
I think that the technology can help, but it's post-traumatic stress is not always doesn't always happen like after the incident. Immediately after the incident, it can show up 3, 6, 8 years, 12 years later, and it can be extremely debilitating. I don't think anybody wants to pretend that they have post-traumatic stress, so I don't really see. It's so debilitating, and I don't think anyone, or very few people, would pretend to have it if they didn't. And to your point, yes, I do believe that there are scans that can indicate the problems that people face when they have post-traumatic stress.
Thank you, Sal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I don't see any other hands at this time, so thank you, Sal, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Before I call the next speaker, I do want to mention and go back a minute that I had failed to see a hand with a previous speaker, and that was Caroline Johnson. And Representative Aurora, I I know we tried to reach out to you because I'm told that you had a question and a hand up and I didn't see it. So I apologize for that. I don't see her here yet. And I don't see Representative Aurora either. I know you might be listening. If you are, Caroline is in the room. So Representative Aurora, are you with us?
I'm here.
I see you, Carolyn. Representative Aurora? I will give him a minute, and maybe Devin, you could also try and reach out to him. Caroline, if you don't mind putting yourself on mute, or Mike, you might be able to reach out to Representative Aurora. But if you don't mind putting yourself off camera and on mute and hanging in there for a minute, I appreciate you coming back. We're still trying to adjust to the technology and trying to make it work for everyone. So I will put her on hold for a moment and go to our next witness, who is David Williamson. David, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Oh, I see you're in your uniform. Please introduce yourself and proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairwoman, Representative Porter, and Senator Kushner, and the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I'm Lieutenant David Williamson, Local 786, Stanford Fire Department. In 2007, I was diagnosed with testicular cancer. That very same week, another firefighter, not only in my department, in my firehouse, in my group, my very same shift, was diagnosed with the same testicular cancer. Two of us, same firehouse, same week. We were both told it's not job related. To date, in my 22 years down there, I've worked with 8 firefighters who have come down with various types of cancers from my firehouse alone. There's 9 firehouses in the city of Stanford. At the time of my diagnosis, I had 3 boys. There were 7, 5, and 3. The effects of this diagnosis was earth-shattering. My wife had to take unpaid leave to take care of 3 boys and a husband who was battling for his life. I had surgery to remove the cancerous testicle and had to go through 4 rounds of chemotherapy. Most people don't understand chemotherapy. Chemotherapy isn't getting a shot or taking a pill. My chemotherapy was 40 hours a week, for a week on, 2 weeks off, so that my body could recover and the chemo didn't kill me. I did this 4 times. First round wasn't too bad, I was healthy. Second round knocked me down a little bit harder, no appetite, nausea, could barely walk. Round 3 almost killed me. So I had blood clots in my veins. They had collapsed at this point. I had to have a PICC line put in. Round 4, I don't remember a lot of it. I just know that I was told I suffered a lot of hallucinations, needed a wheelchair to get around. December 31st, I completed my treatment. I had lost 50% of my muscle mass, 70% of my stamina. Financially, we were ruined. My wife taking an unpaid leave was $70,000 of lost income. My salary going down to straight sick time, and the other costs of copays, prescriptions, medicines that weren't covered by insurance. Going to the gym to rehabilitate so that I could return to work as a fireman, getting a personal trainer, none of that was ever covered at any of it. Trying to maintain our mortgage, cover our bills, feed our children. It was pretty crazy. Here's the scary thought. I survived it. I'm one of the fortunate ones. The ones that didn't survive it, they're left high and dry. I wasn't vested in my pension. My family wouldn't have gotten medical. They wouldn't have gotten an income. Most importantly, they wouldn't have had me. Workers' comp, trying to prove what I was exposed to and when is next to impossible. We're exposed to things on a daily basis. We go into a fire of overcooked food where somebody left a pan on the stove. We're exposed to the toxins from what the pan's made out of, the Teflon, all that stuff, all the firefighting stuff, the PFSAs that are in our firefighter gear that turns out to be a cancer-causing chemical. All this stuff. Trying to fight while you're fighting for your life to get covered, it just doesn't happen, you know? So every day, myself and my family, we have to wonder, is this gonna come back? Or
Thank you, Mr.
am I gonna
Williams.
give it?
Your 3 minutes have expired. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, this bill that would ensure the men and women who put their lives on the line to protect the life, property, and the environment for the state of Connecticut and their families get the protection they deserve by making sure that we are covered 100%. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lieutenant Williamson. And first of all, let me say that it's hard to hear your story and what you went through, but we are happy that you're still here and still fighting and still representing and working for the people of Connecticut and your community. And so we really appreciate you being here and sharing this story. I think this is the kind of information we need to understand the compromise that's been discussed previously and what was attempted to do to help firefighters who are battling cancer, and also to know what we need to do to make sure that it's working. So we really appreciate your testimony. I see a hand here, so I will call on Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Firefighter Williamson. Just wanted to echo the sentiments that were expressed by my co-chair, and just so very happy that you are still here with us, and to thank you for your service, because I have family members that have gone through the same thing you have as a firefighter, and they're not here today. So I just want you to know how much it means to have you, someone that has survived, sitting before us, sharing your testimony. And again, I thank you, I really do, for the service that you give to the state and the sacrifices that you make day in and day out. And we really are looking to rectify this for all of you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your support. It means a lot to us out there on the front lines.
Well, you know, I think what you do means a lot to us, and you've heard it before. Representative Porter said it as well, is that, you know, during this recent crisis, the pandemic, there have been a lot of families and a lot of us in the community that put up signs thanking our first responders, thanking our educators, thanking our heroes, you know, nursing home workers, and we feel some responsibility to make those words real for you and your colleagues, because it's thanking you is important, recognizing you is important, but also making sure that we're taking care of you as you take care of us is really important as well. So we appreciate it.
So somebody had brought up about the cost of this before, and the cost of this to us is our lives. That's basically what it comes down to. It comes down to our lives. That's what we're willing to put up.
And there's no words we can say that really can capture our appreciation for that. And it's good for us to all hear this testimony and be reminded. We have on the call again, Caroline Johnson, whose husband was a firefighter in New Britain who passed because of cancer. And her testimony was very, very moving. And I think, you know, I know both sides of the aisle, all the people that participated. I know Representative Bertigliano, who's been a member of the committee, mentioned others that also worked on that compromise that created the cancer fund. And I know that we all, regardless of party, care about our firefighters and our first responders and want to do right by you. And so being here today serves a great purpose, because we will have the opportunity to have more conversations about this, to meet in committee about it, and hope to address the concerns that you've raised in the most effective way. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I do see, I just want to check and see if Representative Aurora is here. I know he may be on another committee meeting. That happens a whole lot to all of us. We end up juggling 2 hearings at the same time, 2 committee meetings. So I don't want the public to think he's just disappeared. I'm sure he's hard at work for you somewhere else. But for the moment, if Ms. Johnson, if you have the ability to stay with us, we really appreciate that. And if not, if you could provide contact information to our clerk, and we'll make sure that Representative Aurora has the opportunity to get the question asked that he had for you.
I'm still here.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
It is challenging to manage this technology. Sure. I see next on the list is John Murphy. John, are you with us?
Yes. You hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Proceed.
Last week we had problems. Okay. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, ranking members Sampson and Aurora, members of the committee. My name is John Murphy. I live in East Hartford, and I'm testifying on behalf of the United Auto Workers Region 9A in favor of Senate Bill 658, an act requiring employers to recall laid-off workers in order of seniority. COVID-19 has caused a job crisis with tens of thousands of Connecticut workers becoming unemployed through no fault of their own. An unprecedented number of workers, disproportionately women and workers of color, have lost their incomes and access to health care. Senate 658 requires that once businesses reopen and jobs become available, companies must offer former workers job positions before hiring new workers. A worker must be qualified for the position, and qualified workers will be rehired by order of tenure. The pandemic has increased the racial unemployment gap between white and Black workers. Studies document that non-white workers face greater discrimination in finding new jobs, and that Black and Latino women take longer to recover from unemployment than any other group. Senate 658 will reduce discriminatory, unfair, or improper hiring practices. Recalled workers fare much better than workers who find new jobs. Unemployed workers without a promised date of return from their employer and are not recalled suffer substantial losses in wages and stability. On average, workers earn 11.8% less wages when they are forced to find a new job rather than be recalled. Workers who lose access to employer-based health care may not find another job with health care for years. Recalling workers saves expensive job search and training costs for new employees. And recall workers generally last twice as long for new hires. Established employer-employee relationship allows for faster economic recovery because the recalled workers' knowledge and experience gets the business running faster and more efficiently. Workers who know they are likely to be called back to a steady job are more likely to continue to spend money, which helps our economy and especially small businesses. There are currently 14 cities and counties nationwide who passed worker recall legislation, including the city of New Haven. It's an important tool in helping unemployed workers back to work, leading productive lives. Have an opportunity to stand up and support workers, especially workers of color who have lost their jobs through no fault of their own due to this terrible pandemic. Please pass Senate Bill 658. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any hands at this time. Thank you for being here. I am going to go pick up a couple of people that we missed the first time through. Also, I think it was a result of the challenges of the technology. So I want to go back to number 13. I believe Mario Franco is with us now. Is Mario here? And,
Mario, ¿te puedes sacar de mudo, por favor?
Momentito, Mario. Let
This
me just,
Franklin Soth. I'm just going to be translating Mario's testimony.
Yeah, Frank, I was just gonna
Yeah, do you hear me, everyone?
wait one second, momentito. I just want to explain to the public that Mario is going to testify in Spanish, and we have Frank Soltz with us who will translate when he is finished. Go ahead, proceed.
Ok, Mario, puedes hablar en español, por favor, y yo voy a traducir.
Ok, buenas tardes, miembros del Comité Laboral. Mi nombre es Mario Franco.
Good day, members of the Labor Committee. My name is Mario Franco. Mario, sigue.
Frank, is it possible for Mario to deliver the full 3 minutes?
I think that would be good. Mario, puedes leer la cosa entera y después cuando termines yo voy a traducir, ¿ok?
Oh, I'm afraid we may have lost Mario. I wonder, Mario, are
If you'd like to call the next testifier, a senator, I'll try to get him back on the call. We've been having technological difficulties. I'm sorry.
that's fine. I believe the next person is Dina Butler. Am I correct about that?
Dina, ¿puedes apretar el botoncito?
I see Dina on screen here.
¿Cuál botón?
Sí, esa es. Estás en vivo. Lo vas a leer entero y después yo lo traduzco, ¿ok, Dina?
Ok. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Hola, pero no veo la pantalla.
Te vemos. Todos te podemos ver. Está
Ok.
bien.
Ok, Frank, ¿me oyes?
Hola, Mario. Si puedes esperar, Dina va a leer y después tú lees, ¿ok? Espera que Dina termina y yo traduzco para Dina y después te toca a ti.
Ok.
Ahí estoy. Buenas tardes, miembro del Comité Laboral. Mi nombre es Dina y me gustaría dar mi testimonio en apoyo de la ley, de una ley que cree la Oficina de Defensor de los Trabajadores Desempleados.
Sigue, lea la
¿Me
cosa
puede
entera,
ayudar?
Dina.
¿Le puedes decir lo que yo he dicho?
No, ellos quieren que leas tu testimonio entero y después
Ok.
voy a traducir la cosa
Ok.
entera.
Ya, ok. Cuando el coronavirus comenzó, yo estaba trabajando en 2 diferentes locales de Dunkin' Donuts. Tuve estos 2 puestos de trabajo durante muchos años, pero en unos pocos días, el mes de marzo, mis 2 trabajos desaparecieron. Intenté solicitar el desempleo con la ayuda de un amigo, pero de alguna manera confundimos los 2 trabajos, los 2 locales diferentes. Traté de corregir el error, pero al final me negaron completamente el subsidio de desempleo. Hice lo mejor que pude para revertir la decisión. Fue muy difícil conseguir ayuda, especialmente porque no había atención directa. Todo era por internet y ni tenía computadora. Llamé por teléfono y nunca contestaban. No había dónde acudir. Mi crisis continuó durante meses, durante los cuales la economía estuvo en una condición terrible. No tenía dinero para comer ni para pagar mi cuarto. Tuve que confiar en mi hermano, quien arriesgó su salud porque él manejaba turnos adicionales con Uber por mí. Cuando finalmente obtuve la audiencia, la experiencia fue degradante y los pagos que finalmente recibí fueron mucho menos de lo que me debían. Soy viuda, vivo en un apartamento de una habitación, no tengo carro, perdí meses de beneficios que había ganado durante muchos años de trabajo. Nunca pensé que esto iba a pasar en este país que yo amo tanto. Fue una sorpresa. Una sorpresa grande para mí. Sigo confiando que van a mejorar las cosas y espero que puedan aprobar esta legislación y crear una oficina especialmente para aquellas personas que necesitan ayuda en su momento de crisis. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Dina. Good day, members of the Labor Committee. My name is Dina, and I'd like to offer some testimony in support of HB 6344, an act creating the Office of Unemployed Workers Advocate. When the coronavirus began, I was working at 2 different Dunkin' Donuts locations. I had these 2 jobs for many years, but within a few days last March, both of my jobs were gone. I tried to apply for unemployment with the help of a friend, but somehow we mixed up the 2 different locations. I tried to fix our mistake, but in the end, I was denied unemployment benefits completely. I tried my best to reverse the decision. It was very difficult to get help, especially because there wasn't any direct service. Everything was done on the internet, and I don't own a computer. I tried calling on the phone and no one answered. My crisis continued for months, during which time the economy was in terrible condition. I didn't have money for food or rent. I had to rely on my brother, who risked his health driving extra shifts with Uber for me. When I finally got a hearing, the experience was degrading, and the payments I finally got were much less than what I was owed. I'm a widow. I live in a one-room apartment. I have no car. I lost months of benefits that I had earned through many years of work. Now I have debts that are difficult to pay back. I never thought that this could happen in the country I love so much. I continue believing that the situation can improve. I hope you can pass this legislation and create an office, especially for those who need help in their moment of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gina, for your testimony. And Frank, if you would be willing to translate for me.
You're welcome.
I want to say that I think that many people experienced great difficulty because of the coronavirus. And there are so many who lost family members, who lost jobs, who lost everything. And there are others who risked their life by going to work when many of us were able to stay home, like yourself. And so I just want to say that I think our obligation is to take the things that we learned from this crisis and put them to work in making things better for people going forward. And I really do appreciate your testimony, because it helps me to understand the need for an advocate. So I don't have a question for you, but I want to thank you for giving us the story that you shared and giving us the opportunity to understand what we can do to correct things and make it better going forward.
Dina, la senadora, quería decir que en este momento de crisis que hemos sufrido con la coronavirus, mucha gente ha perdido su vida, otros han perdido el trabajo y mucha gente tienen que ir al trabajo, a laborar, a trabajar, mientras que otros se pueden quedar en casa. Y sabemos que esta crisis ha hecho sufrir a mucha gente, pero después, ya que hemos pasado tanto tiempo, estamos aprendiendo las necesidades que hay y las cosas que se tienen que arreglar, los errores que hemos hecho. Y te da las gracias para traer estas dificultades a luz para que podamos mejorar la situación en el futuro.
Mire, muchísimas gracias por escucharme.
Thank you very much for hearing me.
Que a veces no sabemos a dónde ir para que nos escuchen.
Because sometimes we don't know where to go so that people will hear us.
Well, you definitely came to the right place today, and it's very helpful to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias. And thank you, Frank, for translating so well. Next, I want to call on Mario Franco.
Ya, Mario, puedes leer tu testimonio. Léalo completo y yo lo traduzco.
Yes. Buenas tardes, miembros del Comité Laboral. Mi nombre es Mario Franco. Gracias por escuchar mi testimonio apoyando el Recall Bill SB 658. Yo trabajé durante 26 años en el turno de la noche en McDonald de la 195 Norte en Darien, Connecticut. Siempre fui una persona responsable en mi trabajo, y más en el turno de la noche. Pero McDonald nunca fue responsable con todos nosotros. Yo trabajaba con mi esposa hasta ahí hace 5 años. Un día caluroso de verano. Se desmayó en el trabajo. Se golpeó la cabeza. Estuvo en el hospital 2 días. No se recuperó más. A raíz del golpe, ella falleció en el hospital. McDonald nunca me pagó nada, nunca hizo nada, solo pagó la piedra de la tumba. Yo fui el que cubrí todos los gastos. En el 2019 decidí unirme a la 32BJ y todos mis compañeros de trabajo también se unieron. así como Rosa Franco, que estará hablando hoy para alzar su voz también en representación de todos nosotros. Mejores salarios, beneficios, trato personal, discriminación. En McDonald, después de que hicimos protestas, aparecimos en periódicos. El Departamento de Trabajo comenzó una investigación. El invierno pasado llegaron a un acuerdo con el dueño de McDonald, George Michel, para pagarnos el salario atrasado porque ganábamos menos del salario estándar. Nuestro sentido de victoria fue breve. Cuando COVID-19 llegó en marzo, los supervisores despidieron al turno de noche, incluyéndome a mí. Cuando la tienda comenzó a recontratar a fines de mayo, a nosotros nunca nos llamaron de vuelta al trabajo. En cambio, McDonald's de Michel contrató nuevos trabajadores. Como dirá Rosa Franco también en su testimonio, la Junta Nacional de Relaciones Laborales llevó a Michel, dueño de McDonald's, a los tribunales. Ahora estamos esperando la decisión del juez. El caso tiene mucha evidencia complicada, pero la justicia es clara. Y simples nos quitamos nuestros trabajos por exigir nuestros derechos. El McDonald's de Michel está utilizando una pandemia como excusa para evitar la ley. Por favor, apóyennos con la ley SB 658. Gracias a todos por escuchar mi testimonio.
Gracias, Mario.
Franco.
Good day, members of the Labor Committee. My name is Mario Franco. Thank you for hearing my testimony supporting the recall bill, SB 658. For 26 years, I worked the overnight shift at the McDonald's at the I-95 Darien northbound service plaza. I love my job, and I felt a lot of responsibility at work for my shift, but McDonald's was never responsible to me in return. I met my wife and worked with her there for 5 years, and I lost her there too. On a hot summer day, she fainted on the job and hit her head. She never recovered, and 2 days later, she died in the hospital. McDonald's only paid for the headstone for her grave. They never gave me anything else. I covered all the costs. In 2019, I joined with the union 32BJ and with my co-workers like Rosa Franco, who is also speaking today, to raise my voice for better pay, for better benefits, for fair treatment, for an end to discrimination at McDonald's. After we protested and appeared in the newspaper, the Department of Labor began to investigate. Last winter, they came to an agreement with the McDonald's owner, George Mitchell, to give us back pay because he was paying us less than the standard wage that we deserved. Our sense of victory was short, however. When COVID hit in March, the managers laid off the entire night shift, including me. When the store began rehiring at the end of May, we were never recalled. Instead, Mitchell's McDonald's hired new workers. As Rose is going to explain, the National Labor Relations Board took Mitchell to court, and now we're waiting for the judge's decision. The case has a lot of complicated evidence, but the injustice is clear. We had our jobs taken away because we demanded fair treatment from Mitchell's McDonald's. They're using the pandemic as an excuse to avoid the law. Too many injustices have happened during this terrible pandemic, and I hope that you'll be able to stop McDonald's from adding to those injustices by passing SB 658. Thank you. Again, Mario Franco.
Thank you, Mario, for your testimony. And I want to say how sorry I am for your loss, for losing your wife the way you did it. It's an unimaginable thing to lose one's wife, but particularly the way that happened to you. So I want to give you my condolences on that loss. I also want to say that I have been to the northbound plaza, service plaza myself, and have heard some of the stories of the McDonald workers and how important it is that you continue to fight for your rights under the law. And even though, as you said, the standard wage victory was short-lived when you lost your job, you being here and you continuing to bring this issue forward directly led to this proposed bill. So I really, we wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for your efforts. And I want to know how much we appreciate that. I do see a hand here, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Before you speak, will you let Frank translate that?
Mario, la senadora quería decir, lo voy a cortar un poco, pero yo sé que tú entiendes mucho el inglés, pero ella estaba diciendo de que era sus sufrimientos que ha llegado a esta propuesta de ley, porque ella y otros legisladores han ido al McDonald's y han visto y han lo que tú y los otros compañeros de trabajo están sufriendo y quieren hacer algo para parar eso, y por esa razón tenemos esta propuesta y te da muchas gracias también.
Confiamos en todos que nos van a ayudar pronto. Gracias.
We have confidence and faith in you that you will help us soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to also thank Mr. Franco for his testimony, Franklin, and just to give him my condolences on the loss of his wife. And exactly what Senator Kushner said, we've been out there right, elbow to elbow, back to back, side by side with them, and we will continue to be until we get what we need to get. I mean, and that is all of what they deserve. So thank you again, and have a blessed day.
Mario, también te da las gracias y las condolencias por haber perdido tu esposa, y va a seguir apoyándole espalda por espalda hasta que ganamos lo que merecen ustedes.
Gracias a todos. Feliz día.
Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good day.
Gracias, and thank you, Frank, for your translation as well.
Thank you, Senator.
I see no further hands, so I am going to ask if Caroline can come back on screen now on camera. And Caroline Johnson, we do have Representative Aurora here now to ask his question. I wanted to say before either one of you says anything, I didn't intend to overlook your hand, Representative Aurora. I find it hard sometimes to manage everything that's going on here. And I can't tell you, Ms. Johnson, how appreciative we are that you could come back so that a Representative Aurora could ask his question. So go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had raised it at the last 5 seconds or 10 seconds, so I understand why you might have missed it. That's, I understand that. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your testimony. I just wanted to offer my condolences as well as the appreciation for your courage for coming up and testifying. Listening to you was hard and moving, but at the same time, I cannot even understand, how you might be, I can't if I put myself in your shoes, I feel afraid. So I strongly appreciate your courage and thank you for being here, for giving us the perspective and those insights. I didn't have any question. I just meant to offer my comment here. Thank you.
With all due respect, though, I'm not the one that's courageous or brave. It's the men and women out there that are courageous and brave. They're the heroes. It's not me, but I appreciate it.
No, you're very humble, and I do agree with you as well that they are very brave, but so are you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I wanted to try and make it right. So Carolyn, I appreciate you coming back. I didn't know if it was a question or a comment or a thanks, but we're going to get this right, and we're working very hard to make sure that the public is heard and that you have every opportunity to get asked the question. So thank you so much for coming back.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So now we're going to move back to the list, and I believe the next right now we are at number 25, and I'm going to ask Joy Avalon if she can join us. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Proceed.
Oh, great. Thank you. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, ranking members. I'm Joy Avalone, General Counsel for the Insurance Association of Connecticut. It's a state-based trade association for Connecticut's insurance industry. I want to thank you for the opportunity to offer comments today. I should note that we submitted testimony on several bills, but that my testimony will focus on SB 660 and HB 5952. In regard to SB 660, the expansion of workers' comp coverage for all workers for all mental and emotional claims, it's really hard to overstate the potential impact that this bill may have on businesses that are already struggling financially, but also on the workers' compensation system in general. Broad expansion of coverage really threatens affordability of insurance, and as such may actually cause businesses to assume the risk of operating without it. Unfortunately, mental impairments are extremely common. Almost 40 million adults in the US, that's approximately 20% of the population, suffers from anxiety alone. And that's separate from, depression, substance abuse, mood disorders, eating disorders, sleeping disorders, et cetera, which are impairments that may all be aggravated by stress and covered under this broad proposal. More often than not, these impairments originate from childhood and are unrelated to work. Approximately 50% of all lifetime mental illnesses begin before age 14. Under the Workers' Compensation Act, employers take employees as they find them. So pre-existing conditions aggravated by employment may be found compensable. And when they are, employers may be liable for indemnity and medical treatment for the entire life of the employee, for the rest of their lives. As you can imagine, the costs associated with that can be staggering. We do recognize the need to properly address mental health issues in and outside of the workplace. Unlike physical injuries, such as those mentioned by individuals who testified earlier, back injuries and the such, these claims are both complex and subjective in nature. And because of that, it's really difficult to assess the credibility of the claims and also distinguish a work-related claim from one that's not. So these mental claims that stem from mental stress, they have their genesis in the 1980s. As they became more well-known, claims surged. So between 1980 and 1988, these claims more than doubled. And in California, we saw claims increase from approximately 1,300 in 1980 to almost 7,000 in 1986. These claims were especially onerous for businesses because the cost of defending them and resolving them is typically much higher than that of physical injuries. In recognizing these issues, our legislature properly placed limitations on coverage in the reforms of 1993. And stress-related claims were limited to instances where the mental injury was caused by a physical injury or occupational disease. Since that time, workers' compensation rates have become more affordable for businesses, and by all objective measures, the workers' compensation system is well functioning. Regarding House Bill 5952, that seeks to eliminate undue delay by making a new penalty available under the Act, we acknowledge that while no system is perfect, we respectfully submit that undue delay occurs very rarely and that remedies currently available under the Act are appropriate to address those limited occasions. A task force was convened, as you know, just about a year ago. They studied this specific issue. That task force was comprised of professionals from representing claimants, as well as defendants, medical professionals, and commissioners from various agencies. Objective data that was submitted to that task force by the Workers' Compensation Commission indicated that the system is well functioning. Almost 80% of the approximate 24,000 claims filed with the commission were resolved without the need for a single hearing. Only about 2% of the approximate 52,000 hearings had undue delay as a notice issue. And only 2 formal hearings actually resulted in awards based on undue delay.
Thank you, Ms. Avalone. Your 3 minutes have concluded. Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you. Claimant attorneys who served on that task force also acknowledged that issues of reasonable and unreasonable delay are more often than not overwhelmingly resolved before it even gets to a hearing. And as such, we just, again, we recognize no system is perfect, and we welcome the opportunity to work with you on proposals of interest, but we just caution this committee on passing legislation that may cause more harm than good to a system which by objective measures is working very efficiently and effectively. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Joy. I do see one hand here. Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Avalon, for joining us today and testifying. I have a question I was hoping you could touch on. As I'm sure you're aware, what is considered a workplace has really gone beyond the physical bounds of a place of destination when you go to work, and especially in the middle of a pandemic, as more workers are working from home. and the anxiety that comes from that and all the things that we're juggling. I was wondering if you could speak a little to that in terms of how the industry sees and is handling the nature of work changing so much and people working more online and all the consequences of that.
Okay, so prior to the pandemic, I think claims from workers who were working at home were typically uncommon. Telecommuting wasn't as popular as it is now. There were instances when those claims may very well be found compensable. Typically when someone is doing something in furtherance or at the direction of their employer, when they're involved in a work related duty, if you will, and if they sustain an injury. Those claims are typically found compensable, though they were less common before the pandemic, obviously. There were instances when things would not be found compensable. For instance, if you're just traveling like to and from work, and again, not in the furtherance of your duties. But yeah, so obviously I'm not actively practicing now, so I haven't been involved personally in any of those cases, but that's my understanding of the law before, and as the law is, how claims are being addressed going forward as well.
Thank you very much for that answer. Yeah, one of the things we've been dealing with, as I'm sure you're aware, is what work life is going to look like after the pandemic, with more and more people working from home or working online, and what is considered a workplace has really been, I guess, extended is the right word in terms of where people actually perform their duties. Isn't necessarily a physical place they visit, and we're hearing and seeing lots of companies' plans to make remote work more permanent. And I was just curious as to how the industry is talking about that and possibly dealing with any claims that may come from folks who may need to file a claim, but it may not be in the traditional sense of what work is like as the work changes.
Yeah, so obviously that's separate from some of the issues that we're discussing today, but my understanding under the current law is that those claims, those workers would be eligible for benefits, and that a majority of those claims may be found compensable depending on what the claim actually is.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I want to call on Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Avalon, for your testimony today. You made some good points. And when I was listening to your testimony, the one thing that came to mind, we've been out up and down with these caravans, visiting with workers, essential workers that are doing the work. And one of the stories, many of the stories, but one is personal. I have a sister that does this work. And I can tell you, she comes home, especially, from March through pretty much last year, stating that we need some help. Like, people aren't talking about the mental impact that this is having on us. They were losing 6 to 10 people a week, and sometimes several people in a day. And she would come home and just have a meltdown. And she said, we walk out the rooms and we try to stay strong while we're with the residents. And I come down the hallway and I have a coworker. She's crying. She's hysterical. So what do we do about that? Because I understand that, what you stated, 50% of this happens by the age of 14. That's what some data supports. But with this pandemic, I think all things are different and all things are changing. So what would you suggest to this committee as a way to address issues like I just explained to you?
Most of the law, there have been laws, as you know, that have been expanded in some states, not the majority of states, but some states, for claims such as PTSD. And it's hard to make a recommendation now, because obviously I'm commenting on the proposal before us, and that's obviously very broad. But the laws in other states are very nuanced, so the more narrowly drawn the law is, I think, the more reasonable it becomes. I mean, the intent of the Workers' Compensation Act is obviously to compensate people for work-related injuries. It's just the nature of these claims obviously makes that difficult, and threatens really the safety of workers in the event that businesses, choose not to insure or unable to insure. So we would be more than happy to sit down with you. We obviously respect, the intent of this legislation and have a conversation and discuss limitations that might be able to be included in proposals like this. I'm not prepared today to provide you with a list of, what we think would be the most reasonable, but we would be happy to sit down with you and continue the conversation.
Okay, thank you for that. I do appreciate that and look forward to having further discussions with you around this because, I mean, the employers and the employees are all important, but we must, like I said, as times are changing, conditions are changing, and people's mental health conditions are being impacted from work. We have to find a way to address that. So thank you again for your testimony today. It was good seeing you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so thank you, Joy, and we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Next on our list is number 26, Irene Canale. And my understanding is Irene is here. If you could go on camera, I believe that we will have translation for this witness as well.
Senator, my name again is Frank Stoltz, and unfortunately, Irena was called to another job, which is ironic because that's exactly what she's testifying about. But if it's permissible, I'd like to read her testimony in English into the record.
Sure, that would be fine.
Good day, members of the Labor Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony in support of SB 668, an act creating a fair workweek schedule. My name is Irene Canales. For 12 years, I've experienced the problems that an unreliable schedule can cause. I work at the McDonald's in the Brantford Service Plaza on I-95 northbound, the McDonald's owned by Roger Facey's Golden Hawk Corporation. Though I've been reduced to the weekend shift since the coronavirus arrived, for most of those 12 years, I worked about 35 hours a week. The difficulty was that I never knew when those 35 hours would fall. I live in West Haven together with my 14-year-old son. We have no other family in this country. My son suffers from autism and needs therapy 3 times a week. I take him to the appointments and participate in the treatments. At McDonald's, however, we only learn our weekly schedules on the Saturday that the work week starts. Sometimes the managers change our hours unexpectedly from week to week, and sometimes they make more changes during the week, either calling us in or telling us to stay home. I never was certain how much I would work or when. In addition, I always worried that my son's schedule would be disrupted. It didn't happen all the time, but it happened throughout his life. If I complained or told him I couldn't work, I found that my hours the following week would be cut. Many of us at McDonald's and other restaurants at the Service Plaza have been fighting to improve our jobs. We're demanding fair pay and benefits that we deserve under the standard wage law, and we're demanding the respect that a union can bring. We also deserve fair hours. Most of us are adults. Some of us have children. Some of us are single mothers. Some of us can't rely on others to help us every week when our schedule suddenly changes. I ask you to support this bill, not just for my son and me, but for every worker and every worker's family, so we are not constantly on call and our time off the job becomes fully our own. Thank you again.
Thank you for reading that, Franklin. And as the fact that she's not here to receive questions, please let her know that we appreciated the fact that her testimony was read and that we are looking to address these issues as a committee as we understand how difficult it is on working families. So thank you for being here and thank you for reading that testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm going to move to the next person on the list. We're at number 27, and that's Beverly Brakeman.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, and Representative Aurora. My name is Beverly Brakeman. I'm the director of UAW Region 9A. As you heard, John Murphy testified in support of Senate Bill 658. I'm here to testify in support of 668, an act concerning a fair work week schedule, and 6343, an act ensuring fair employee protections for gig workers. Senate Bill 668, there's nothing more fundamental for a worker than to know what hours they must be worked so that they can plan their life accordingly. Many of us don't have that experience in our life. We know we have flexibility, we know when we're going to work, but there are hundreds and thousands of workers in the state of Connecticut who don't know what their work schedule is going to be. They live with lots of insecurity about that. They're largely low-wage workers, many of whom earn poverty wages. They struggle to earn a stable income, in large part due to this unpredictable work schedule. Many times these employees are forced to work with little notice, maintain open ability for on-call shifts without any guarantee of work, thereby making planning anything outside of work impossible, and have shifts canceled at the last minute, again, without any compensation. This instability to their lives, as you can imagine, translates into enormous economic and caregiving instabilities. I can't even imagine having to figure out childcare. None of us can figure out childcare right now with a pandemic on top of like all this going on. So we ask for your support of that bill. Also on 6343 regarding the fair protections for gig workers. Connecticut already has a pretty good law in the ABC law, but there's lots of out of state employers who find ways around this. So what we're asking for your support is that by removing work outside of the office from the B portion of the ABC test for independent contractors will eliminate the classification based solely on work location. And that will help these workers tremendously. I've spent a lot of time in the Capitol over the years talking to gig workers who bring food to our homes, who drive us when we don't want to drive ourselves places. And the fact that they don't have any employment protections is really outrageous. And it's a growing section of our economy. So we ask for your support on all three of these bills today. And I thank you so much for your time and all the time you're spending to hear from the public on all of these important issues. We can't hear you.
You're muted, Julia. Are you calling on me?
I was, and I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute. But yes, Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Beverly, for your testimony. Can you characterize what would it look like to modernize our designation of the gig workforce to afford them the kind of just worker protections that this new gig economy looks like? What would that really look like in terms of modernizing, in your opinion?
Well, I'm not an expert on this. I get to do all the talking, and I know a little bit about a lot of things, but my understanding is that with regards to the ABC test, for example, there are drivers for restaurants, right, who deliver food, and those are largely, unless the restaurant is using Instacart or one of those facilities or Uber Eats, they work for the restaurant and they're covered under the protections that are afforded as employees of that restaurant. Gig workers for like Uber Eats or whatever are not. So my understanding is that if we changed, it's not a difficult change, but a change in that B section so that their work location, which if it's out of state, they're not covered under this test. So my understanding is changing that section would actually then, one, help the workers who work for restaurants, because the restaurants can hire other people outside for cheaper. So it creates a more level playing field for all workers in this growing part of our economy that we're all increasingly relying upon. So I hope that answers your question, Representative Hughes. If not, I can certainly get more information for you.
Madam Chair, if I can you describe how this would bring it in line with the federal the federal designation of the ABC?
I don't know the answer to that, actually. I can certainly find out for you and would be happy to get that information to you.
Great, thank you. That would be helpful.
Sure.
That's all.
No problem.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands, but I do think that in addressing this issue of the ABC test, it is a complex issue and hopefully one that we would have more opportunity to hear about. I know that there is another bill that has been brought to the committee that deals directly with Uber, Lyft drivers, network drivers. We have different ways of referring to them. So I think there will be an opportunity in a few weeks to hear more about this issue. And so I just wanted to draw that to your attention and make sure that we're learning more about this as we go. I do see in the interim that Representative Aurora has raised his hand. Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Brakeman, for your testimony. The question I have for you is, how does your suggestion of location impact the overall flexibility for those gig workers who essentially are doing it as a gig? Because there's a lot of people, you have to realize, in today's world, and this is not a small number, who will do 3 hours, 2 hours, either to supplement, which is not really, or they just basically don't want to work more. They're students, or they could be, doing other things in their, in their normal course of work. So how do you think that this change, it would make them all employees, and then that would not work? And sometimes they may do more than 20 hours, sometimes they would do less than 20 hours a week. It's up to them. And how does it work in your mind? Does it constrain the entire evolvement of what we're seeing work as now?
That's a really good question, Representative Aurora. And unfortunately, I'm not an expert on this, but my initial thought is that as you draft the legislation, I think it would make sense to sort of make a, sort of a delineation between, because, for example, into what you're talking about, I have a nephew who's like, he drives 4 hours a week for Instacart to get money to take his girlfriend out on a date, but I think that, so that's one sort of possible, way to do it. But I also think that, even those workers who are working those small numbers of hours to be able to have, or work into having some of these worker protections makes sense, especially because this is such a growing industry. I mean, let's face it, kids getting out of college are not walking into jobs like I was when I graduated from college, so I think we have a responsibility to really look hard at this industry in particular, and how we build in protections. But I would also agree with you that there is two sides of it, because there are probably gig workers who are like, yeah, I just want to work. I have another job and this is a second job for me, or something like that. So, but as a labor person, I would argue all workers should have those protections regardless of how many hours or whatever that they want to work, because I still think even if my nephew had worker protections, he would work 3 hours a week to take his girlfriend out on a date. But I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer for you.
No, absolutely. That's exactly, I appreciate your input, because, it is a two-sided issue. It is not a one-sided issue, but we see two sides too, we all see the two sides. The question which really comes up is the nuance of getting it right, because what we don't want is that, especially in the pandemic, it has been a really good, some degree of what you would say cushion for many of our hardworking Connecticut folks, that you did not have that option, so you did DoorDash for a few hours, and you could actually manage your schedule much better than anyone, and you got things going. So that two-sided thing is important. But for just one last question for you on the you had also mentioned on the Fair Week schedule legislation as well, right? I had, the discussion again, that's also two-sided issues, because we understand totally, how difficult it is. We also want to put ourselves in the shoe of the small business guy. So do you think that from a labor perspective, especially with your expertise, most of the states who have legislation like that focus it on the largest of employers. Some define it 500 plus, some define it 30 plus establishments, as we go across the other states and their experiences. Do you think that there may be a compromise situation, considering that we don't want to, at this point when the restaurants are really, really weak and in a tough spot, that small one establishment restaurant may not be the right thing to do? So would you agree on that kind of compromise or a discussion of large employers having the capacity to do it?
Thank you for the question. No, with all due respect, of course, I wouldn't. I think that, the small, I do understand. I have a brother in small business, so this is not, my dad had a small business. I do get it. But I also think that, businesses do better when their employees do well. And so I think that it might be challenging for small businesses, but I don't think we should veer away from that on the backs of workers not getting the stability and the economic security that they need. Because at the end of the day, like when I go to a restaurant, it's the waitress, it's the chef, it's the people on the front lines that are making that the experience I want to go back to. And so I think I don't think you can delineate between small and large businesses without, hurting employees, I mean, as somebody who comes from a background of family with small businesses, I do understand, but, I know, for example, my brother, he pays his employees really, really well. And it's and his profits and his own pay take a hit, but he knows that his workers are going to be there when they, send a machine to Indonesia and it doesn't work when it gets there, so, but, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I don't understand the dilemma, but I would argue vociferously that all employees at any size establishment should have the same rights, and it creates a level playing field for the employers as well. And on the other question about gig workers, I wanted to say that, even if you're driving 3 hours a week and you get into an accident or something like that, I think the issue of workers' comp for all workers in the gig worker industry is really an issue. You can drive 2 hours a week for, whatever, DoorDash, and get into an accident. And that's an important, thing to be able to have. So anyway, I feel like I just talked a lot, but I do appreciate your questions.
No, thank you. Madam Chair, may I ask one more follow-up?
No, I'm sorry, you've used your 3 minutes, so we're going to move to the next person, but thank you very much, Representative Aurora. And, this is difficult for folks, but it does require that we're pretty disciplined in when we're commenting versus asking questions, because I think we can get a lot of questions in the 3 minutes. But I don't see any other hands, so I would like to move to the next person on our list, and that is Alan Chambly are you with us, Alan?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
All right. First, let me thank everyone for listening and allowing me to tell my story. So my name is Alan Chambly, and I live in Plainville. I'm here to testify in favor of SB 658, an act requiring employers to recall laid-off workers in order of seniority to provide protection for laid-off employees. I have been a caterer for Pratt Whitney in East Hartford for 14 years since I was 20 years old. My mom also works for the company and has been there for 4 years. But since the pandemic, everyone's life has shifted. Along with my mother and my other coworkers, I was laid off in March. At my location, out of 53 workers, only 4 are still working. This has been a really difficult time for my family. I have a young toddler and we just bought a house in 2017. Through the summer, we got by unemployment and my wife's income. My union has also helped out through our hardship fund, but not everybody was so fortunate. My mom is by herself and unemployment wasn't enough. So we have been helping each other out as much as possible. I have a short-term job with my union, but that's a stopgap measure. Unemployment only gets us so far. Even with bills adding up, I'm trying to stay positive, but recall rights would give me a peace of mind. That applies even more for some of my other coworkers. I don't know how people without the support network that I have are supposed to survive right now. I have invested almost my whole career into this company. I don't want to start over and lose everything that I worked so hard for, especially my health insurance. It's only fair that when my job opens up, it should come back to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan. And you made some really good points, and it's really important that we understand. And I just want to commend you for the years of service that you've given to the company, because I'm sure We don't say it often enough. We really appreciate workers who hang in there and provide all that service, and sometimes go through really rough times like we are having now. So I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
I don't see any hands at this time, so we will move to our next speaker. Thank you, Alan.
You're welcome.
Next on the list, we have Tamara Fisher, and I understand there may be more than one person. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped over Rick Hart, and I didn't mean to, and I see Rick is there. So we are actually on number 29. I got very excited. I was looking to 30 already. We are on 29, and we have Rick Hart here. So thank you for being with us today, Rick.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairwomen, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, ranking members, Representative Aurora, Senator Sampson, and the other members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Rick Hart. I represent the Uniformed Professional Firefighters, which is an organization that represents 4,000 career firefighters across the state of Connecticut. I'm here to speak in favor of three pieces of legislation. The first two, Senate Bill 665 and Senate Bill 666, that would include DOC, EMS, and dispatchers into the PTSI statute that we passed in 2019. We support these based upon the deal and agreement that we made back in 2019. We want to stand by our word and support those two initiatives. The second bill the third bill, I'm sorry, that I am here to mostly testify in favor of is Senate Bill 141, which would place firefighter cancer coverage into workers' comp. You've heard some pretty compelling testimony as to why Public Act 16-10 needs to be amended. The wage replacement was a first step, a good first step in providing coverage for members that were out of sick time, out of vacation time, out of leave time in order to go get treatment for cancer. But as you've heard, it doesn't address if someone passes or if someone has to retire as a result of their debilitating illness. I'm also a deputy chief in the Waterbury Fire Department, and we have a number of members that have been diagnosed with cancer. You have testimony from firefighter Todd Newguy, who has 22 years on the Waterbury Fire Department, and he may not make 25 years, which would qualify him for a pension. He may pass. It's a distinct possibility. He's got stage 4 colon cancer that mets to his lung and to his liver. He has a tumor on his liver that is growing exponentially, and surgery is not an option because he's got 2 other tumors that would grow if he had to go off chemotherapy and have surgery. So right now, today, he's in a radiological oncologist's office mapping out his treatment. If he passes before 25 years, his wife and 2 daughters get nothing. That's 0 benefits, no health care. As you heard from Caroline in her testimony, that is wrong. That is what has to be changed. Health care has to be carried on. Pensions have to be paid out. He's been paying into his pension. We all been paying into our pension. This has to be changed in order to provide for the families of the firefighters that pay the ultimate sacrifice and die as a result of work-related cancer. Dr. Landrigan gave extremely compelling scientific evidence and testimony that can't be refuted. 35 other states have presumptive coverage for their firefighters. In this day and age where Connecticut's supposed to lead the way as a progressive state that takes care of its workers, it's shameful that we don't protect those that protect us. So with that, I'm more than happy to take any questions, and please pass these 3 bills that are important to our first responders.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Excuse me. I do, there has been previous testimony here today, and some questions have been asked about the compromise that was made for the cancer fund. And I don't know, were you a part of those conversations?
Yes, I was. I sat at the table, and I have to say first and foremost that it was very good. Representative Tigliano was there, Senator from both sides of the aisles. Senator Wong was a member of the committee as well. And I have to say, I have a lot of respect for First Selectman Rudy Marconi, but I take extreme offense when he made the statement, the cost to the municipality. What's the cost to the municipality? Caroline Johnson doesn't have a husband. What's the cost of that? That is the issue that has to be addressed. The wage replacement was a compromise because it was claimed that the workers' comp cost would be so astronomical it would not be affordable. That's not true. You have the small cases that have been that firefighters are dying. Yes, they should be paid out. If the federal government can cover the workers at ground zero that are dying daily, I don't see why we can't cover our firefighters. The compromise provided wage replacement, as I said, but there's a caveat in Section 4, Paragraph D of Public Act 16-10. Firefighters that apply for the wage replacement are precluded from concurrently collecting workers' compensation benefits. So you got to flip a coin. Do I take a chance that Workers' Comp Commission is going to accept the claim and pay out my claim, or do I take the chance and take the wage replacement? There are only 4 cancers covered in the current statute under workers' comp, and it's extremely difficult. Hopefully the science will catch up to provide coverage. So that is our ask, that we place this into workers' comp so that all these employees are made whole.
Thank you for that explanation. I know that was suggested here, I believe, during First Selectman Marconi's time with us, that perhaps we need to revisit the compromise and tweak it and fix it a bit. And I think that a lot of us probably heard that from him and thought maybe that's a better approach. Could you just give us your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we've the uniformed professional firefighters have a history of sitting down with both sides of the aisle. We did that with with the cancer bill in 16, and we did it in 2019 when we formed the coalition with CCM and other stakeholders to pass the to draft the PTSI language. I can't speak for I have an idea that our president would be amenable to sitting down and having discussions, but granted, this is going to be a difficult lift because of COVID and all these meetings being held on Zoom. We have people that need this coverage now, and we would like, if we are going to have conversation, we need to have them expedited so that this bill can move forward and be passed out of and signed by the governor.
Thank you. Well, I think that when we heard from some of the firefighters here and from Caroline today, that was very compelling. And, we certainly understand the difficulties. I wasn't a part of those negotiations to reach this compromise cancer fund. And I know how hard it is to reach agreements like that. So I appreciate everyone's efforts then. And I don't know, were these, maybe the question to ask is, were some of these problems anticipated and discussed back then?
Well, as you know, Senator, negotiations, when an agreement is struck, when both sides aren't happy, that's a good agreement. We knew that there were shortfalls, but we wanted to play it out, see how it went, see how it's working. There's still logistical issues as far as accessing the fund. Governor Malloy swept the fund. We did put language in there that it was a non-lapsing fund, but they swept it anyway. Representative Cook is working with the governor's office and OPM to get that money reinstated. Governor Lamont has funded it last year and this year. It's in this year's budget as well. And so it's difficult. It's difficult because that money can disappear. And the issue is when there's if the $800,000, I believe that's in there now, if there's $799,000 that's been expended and another member goes to access the fund, they're out of luck. They get nothing because it's within available appropriations. So that's one of the shortfalls as well.
Representative Rutigliano, your screen lit up for a moment, and you're unmuted.
Well, listen, I have a good relationship with Rick. I have the utmost respect for every firefighter. That we did the math and the calculations on. I don't want to relitigate that entire bill. I don't know if this is the forum for that. So I'm hesitant to use up the committee's time discussing maybe what I might have a disagreement with Mr. Hart. That bill was supposed to be $260,000 to start. We did the calculation on what could be pushed out. We did past experiences. The fact that it's up to $800,000 is great. We got Republicans to essentially agree to a tax increase to fund the thing through the E911 fee that later may be called into question. And then we supported funding it later. The fact that the governor or somebody would sweep it is outrageous. I couldn't agree more. But pardon me, Madam Chair, I didn't think that this is what this room was like years ago. We went through everything. Everybody was at the table. We did all the math we were supposed to do. We thought we had the numbers right. The fact that it has 800,000 in it means that, it's growing and people aren't using it. That's a good thing, because that means there weren't people who are sick that needed the money. If it was running out of money, that would mean we'd have an awful lot of sick firefighters, and nobody was looking for that. Anyway, I'll stop there. I'm happy, if invited, to talk with Rick or anybody about this issue, and especially Representative Cook, who I thought was fantastic and did a great job, and Senator Minor, anytime, anywhere, and including the chair. Senator, I'm sure you want to be involved, and Representative Porter or anybody else. So.
Thank you, Representative Rutigliano. And I do think, hold on one second, Rick, I did want to ask a question, and then I'll let you respond to that. But I did want to also, I think that Representative Rutigliano's suggestion is a good one, and we should have a conversation offline in a small group to really fully understand and look at what can be done best to move forward. But I guess one of my questions, aside from the amount of money that's in the fund, what I have heard from the testimony today and from your own testimony is that that the limitation of wage replacement doesn't really provide for families when the person unfortunately doesn't make it and is deceased, and that being one of the biggest areas of concern because of the need for ongoing medical insurance for the families. It was devastating to hear from Caroline that her family's on Husky B. I mean, that's just doesn't seem right to me when her husband served, so long. And so from what I heard is that there are problems not just with the amount of money in the fund, or maybe that isn't even the chief problem. The problem is more about things that are not, because they're not in the workers' comp system, they're not getting as a result of this. And am I accurate about that, Rick?
Yeah, and just as a point of clarification, the Cancer Relief Fund went live July 1 of 2019. That's when it was able to be accessed, and there's been an issue with exposure forms and documentation that we put into the statute to further make the case that to prevent fraud, prevent people from accessing the fund that do not deserve it. And so there are different parameters within the statute that addresses that. And so that's why the fund is where it's at now. As far as the benefits, the post-mortem benefits, that's what the issue we would like to get changed or get fixed, because people are being left with nothing.
Madam Chair, if I could just interject, Rick, I didn't know. It's sad that it took that many years for that to go live, but the beauty of that fund was that it was a firefighter fund run by firefighters for firefighters. We thought, wouldn't it be great to get the government sort of out of it and let you folks who know your profession better than anybody handle the money? And I don't know if we contemplated what happens if somebody passes away. I don't remember, but you know what? You may have a point, and it might be worth discussing for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think this has been really helpful, and thank you, Representative Bertigliano, for that clarification as well. And I don't see any other hands, so I think we are ready to move on to our next person on the list. And I appreciate you having been here, Rick, today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Take care. So next on the list, we have Tamara Fisher. And I know, Tamara, are you with us? I see, Tamara, you are. And I know before you address us, and you were there a minute ago, see if we can get your camera back on. Before you testified, I know there was some technical difficulty with more than one person coming into the room under that same name of Tamara Fisher. So I just want to make sure we have the right Tamara Fisher. Are you?
Yes,
are you now?
Me.
You always be Tamara Fisher. I think there was a program like To Tell the Truth or something that had multiple people under the same name. So just wanted to check and make sure we have the right person here.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and share with us your thoughts.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Tamara Fisher, like we already established, and I'm here to give voice to the testimony of Kelly Lynch, who can't be here today. Kelly is the owner of Turning Point Wellness, a private psychotherapy practice specializing in the treatment of traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress injuries in EMS providers and other first responders. She has been a licensed social worker for the last 12 years and was an EMT working in Connecticut EMS for a decade prior to becoming a therapist. Regarding Public Act 1917 and proposed Senate Bills 665 and 666, it is imperative to extend full legislative support to the amendment of this bill. Traumatic stress injuries have been a long-standing and woefully underaddressed issue in the EMS community. The lack of support from the top down in the EMS community has created a narrative of stigmatization regarding EMS providers seeking mental health support when they have suffered traumatic stress injury. And this narrative is only furthered when legislative efforts to change this narrative are rejected. EMS providers are routinely told to suck it up, to deal with it, to be ready for the next one. Multiple studies have demonstrated that around 45 to 50% of EMS providers will not disclose to a supervisor or employer when they're struggling with their mental health issues, due to the fear of punitive measures being enacted or believing that they will be misunderstood and dismissed. The severity and frequency of traumatic stress injury for EMS providers is amazingly high, with recent studies showing rates around 20 to 22%, compared to the general public rate of 3.5%. In terms of mental health diagnosis, PTSD is in the top 4 leading contributing factors in suicidal behaviors. Kelly goes on to give statistics painting a picture of the increased suicide risk that exists among EMS providers. She further explains that it's a combination of poor working conditions, being grossly underpaid, often having to work multiple jobs to make ends meet, and an ongoing lack of support from employers that lead EMS providers to burnout rates around 76%, which continue to skyrocket. Burnout, simply put, is the primary launch pad for any first responder to land squarely in the middle of a traumatic stress injury. It is imperative to include EMS in this bill to extend the same coverage for PTSD benefits offered to law enforcement and firefighters. Appropriate and timely treatment for acute stress disorder and PTSI can lead to full recovery in about 50% of all cases. As a former first responder and now a specialist in treating PTSI, it is alarming all first responders, firefighters, law enforcement, EMS personnel, Department of Corrections, and 911 telecommunicators were not named in the original bill. I implore you to consider this as only a starting point, and for future legislative sessions to examine expanding its scope, as there is still much work to be done. Kelly and I both thank you for your time and opportunity and all of your efforts in this.
Thank you. I do see a hand, Representative Bertigliano.
I thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, just a quick, could you just quickly describe the difference? But you said PTSI and then PTSD. Like, are the symptoms different, or is there a different cause?
So I just want to start by saying that I am not the expert. I was speaking on behalf of Kelly, but I do have working knowledge of it being an EMS provider myself. So I do feel I can give some explanation. So PTSD, from what I understand, is more of an antiquated term. It's more permanent. It's more of a diagnosis and stereotypical. PTSI is the more recent term and avails the opportunity and the language where you can heal from that with the proper treatment, and that it's not a diagnosis that's going to plague you forever. So that's my understanding.
And then, so no EMS worker or ambulance worker was included in the last PTSD bill we did. We've been talking about this on the Labor Committee for a while. I know years back, we actually, Senator Minor and I had voted against it because it didn't include the ambulance workers. And we thought, of all the people that need the help, these would be the people, right? I mean,
right. So there were plenty of us that thought if you had, if you were to say, who is this bill written for, that the first person you would think of would be an EMS provider. So we appreciate that. Thank you. So Public Act 1917 did not include EMS providers. We also recognize as a profession that we didn't have a lot of unity and representation at the state level. So with every conflict, there's opportunity for growth. So we have started to organize at the state level to try to give us some representation. So I do believe CAPE is going to be, Connecticut Association of Paramedics and EMTs is also going to be presenting later on testimony for you guys to hear on behalf of EMS at large. So.
Well, I appreciate your answer. I appreciate the work you do. And really, I feel that you folks are unbelievable, and that you deserve any support that we could give. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Tamara. And I just want to say that I appreciate the remarks from Representative Bertigliano and reminding us how we got here today, and that the fact that in the 2019 legislation, there was a compromise that had been reached between advocates for police and firefighters and CCM, the Council on Municipalities and Cost. And, a lot of people who we've heard from historically on these issues, there was a compromise piece of legislation that left out the EMTs, and it was unfortunate. And it caused a delay that we tried to address in the actual language of the bill that would restore some retroactivity to EMS when we enact legislation to include you. And I think there was a commitment from everyone on all sides to not only make sure that you're covered in the future, but also to make sure that there was some ability to look at it retroactively as well. And so one of the things we will be paying attention to is whether or not, with the delay of COVID, it presents some new challenges, but we're going to have to look at that and see how we accomplish that, because that was a commitment that was made from leadership and from all of us to the EMTs. And so we really do appreciate you being here, and congratulations. I look forward to hearing from the person who you mentioned that will be testifying later. Since
yes, I'm going to submit all of Kelly Lynch's written testimony, which is much more in depth. I definitely had to create a summary for this to fit it into 3 minutes. So.
Thank you so much. And my understanding of the distinction between PSI and PSTI and PSTD is exactly what you said. It was making sure that our language and the way we refer to this really reflects accurately the condition. and the fact that it is treatable and the fact that it is an injury. So thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any other hands, so we're going to move to the next person on the list.
Thank you very much.
Great. And so next we have Elise Mangello. Is Elise here? Did I get that right, Elise?
Yes, good morning. Well, afternoon, actually, at this point.
Thank you. Go ahead and proceed.
Good morning to the esteemed Senators Kushner, Representative Porter, Vice Chairs, and Ranking Members. I urge you to support Senate Bill 666, an act extending workers' compensation benefits for certain mental or emotional impairments to EMS personnel, DOC employees, and dispatchers. According to SAMHSA, 30% of first responders develop behavioral health conditions, which include depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a rate of 20 times greater than the general population. First responders have a suicide rate that's 25 times higher and a life expectancy that's 15 years shorter than the national average. What makes these statistics so devastating is that we have a solution. The solution is granting the above individuals access to mental health resources that go beyond employer-provided EAP programs. What they don't tell you when you become a 911 operator is how traumatic it is to hear other people's emergency with no physical way to intervene. The experience is no longer visual, but audio-centric. The appropriate clinical term is vicarious trauma. This is a form of trauma that occurs when someone reads, hears, or sees something about an event that triggers an acute stress response. I frequently recall an emergency where a mother dialed 911 after finding her son hanging by his neck, having used a garden hose as a noose to hang himself in his garage. Dispatchers are trained to use a process called repetitive persistence in an attempt to gain control over a situation. I repeatedly stated, "Ma'am, I need you to calm down so we can help your son. Ma'am, I needed you to calm down so we can help your son." Protocol dictated I tell her to cut him down, loosen the noose around his neck, and to tell me if he's breathing. I needed the mother to gain enough composure to cut her son down, lay him on the floor, and to start CPR. The mother screamed over and over, "I can't, he's dead. Oh God, he's dead." I instructed her to leave the garage and to go into the kitchen and find the sharpest knife she could. She reluctantly did what I asked, but then said there was no way she could reach him because the cars were in the way. I told her to stand on top of the car and to cut her son down. I heard the sound of the body hitting the floor and the screams as her son fell. I apologize. I heard the sound of firefighters arriving on scene and the click of the phone as the caller disconnected. This call, like so many others, replay like a broken record in my mind. I often experience flashbacks, hypervigilance, difficulty concentrating, and intentional social isolation, among other things. These symptoms persisted for years before the thought of speaking to someone crossed my mind. If you open up the DSM-5, which contains the diagnostic criteria for PTSI, my symptoms read like a page from that manual. It would take years for me to recognize that I had a mental health condition and that treatment was necessary for my continued survival. There is a cost for courage that is not compensated by a paycheck or the satisfaction that comes with saving lives. While I believe that the immediate passing of SB 666 is critical, I would urge the committee to revisit this legislation after its passing. Public Act 1917 states that the requirements for qualifying events to receive workers' compensation include witnessing or having physical contact with individuals. 911 dispatchers will never meet the current criteria of qualifying events because we have no visual or physical contact with those who call 911 in their hour of need. Again, please support Senate Bill 666. Should you have any questions about the projected impact on workers such as myself, I'd be honored to answer and help in any way that I could.
Thank you so much for sharing that story with us. It was difficult for you to speak, and it was difficult for us to hear. I think you can see from the faces on this Zoom that, you know, your words hit us hard. I think the challenge that you described about the bill from the statute from 2019, language that relates to witnessing an event like this, I think we did seek to address that in the language as we discussed this last summer. And actually, I think it's 2 summers ago now. I keep referring to last summer as 2019, but in fact, it was 2020, so I apologize, but I'm talking about 2 summers ago. We worked on the language and crafting language that would mirror what we had done with the police and fire, but also be suitable to address dispatchers. And I just want to say that when I spoke to the previous person about the events in 2019 that led to an understanding between leadership about coming in and addressing EMTs and DOC employees. I felt like we had made a mistake and also missed out a key component of the team, the dispatchers. And we don't want to make a mistake again. And so I know that it was brought to our attention by you all, and we appreciate that, because we would have potentially been in the same spot we were in 2019 and leaving out a very important part of the team. And so, we really appreciate you sharing those stories, because it's what we need to understand so that we can do our job right. And so I appreciate that. I see a couple of hands here, and Representative Bertigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's hard to believe that 2020 didn't really exist this summer. So I understand. I keep saying last year and I'm never right. So I really do. I just have one quick question. I understand your desire for workers' comp and all that other and the whole program. Did your employer, the people you work for, was there any offer of help? Were you able to get help to alleviate some of your suffering?
No, unfortunately, employee assistance programs are very limited. Typically, or at least in my personal experience, mental health services are only available for something like 3 sessions. And I know that's very employer dependent. And to prevent a acute stress incident from becoming post-traumatic stress, that often requires much more time than what can be done in 3 sessions. So first responders also have a service or the ability to do critical incident stress debriefing. And in my 15 years, both as a paramedic and 911 dispatcher, I have never attended a critical incident stress debriefing.
So when you say workers' comp, some people think that it's, you're looking for time off, or you need to take a rest to recuperate. Really, it sounds like you were looking for the funds or the means to go get the help that you needed, correct?
Absolutely. And Tamara, who spoke before me, made a really good point in kind of addressing that it's access to that mental health. And Kelly's testimony, which talks about the stigma that comes with seeking help for mental health, and we just want to avoid it. It's hard to think that just 15 years ago, we weren't talking about mental health in the same way that we are now. But I imagine that, if I am suffering, that there are many from my career who are also suffering. And 15 years, I think, is a long amount of time. But, I know that there are people who've been doing this for 30 years who, are only having compounding injuries due to stress.
Thank you. And good luck to you, dear.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague Rutigliano for asking you about those really important questions. And Alyssa, thank you for your testimony. What would a trauma-informed protection look like for dispatchers? I do believe that you're right about this being a direct impact from the direct work. It is directly work related. It's directly work trauma, work suffering, and that we are trying to modernize what experiencing firsthand trauma as a result of your job is, which, as you say, of course, is over the phone and not like, in an ambulance. Of course, it's because that's how you are experiencing. And being a first responder essentially is as a dispatcher. You're not just relaying the message, you are providing a critical service to the person who is in dire distress. So you are a first responder. So maybe reclassifying that, but I'm just curious as to what would that look like, modernizing a trauma-informed protection for dispatchers look like now?
Can I, before you respond, let me just step in for a moment as chair and let you know that there was some language developed that would model or mirror what we had determined would set forth criteria. I don't know if this is exactly what you were asking, Representative Hughes, but yes. There is language that we worked with dispatchers to craft in 2019 in that summer. That was 2 summers ago. And I think we can make sure that members of the committee get that language to have to take a look at it. And also, Elise, if that would be helpful, we can make sure you get it. We want to get it right. So, but we do have a starting point that I think will help us address that issue that you're requesting. But we'd love to hear from you too, Elise, about what you might think about.
But first, yes, I'd certainly love to see whatever language was developed in that discussion. I think you used a really important word, Representative Hughes, which was trauma-informed. The first step in recognizing that there's a problem is recognizing that there is a traumatic incident that's occurred. We take so many calls every day that it's very easy to just hang up and move on to the next one. But calls are reviewed through, quality assurance and quality improvement. And having individuals who are doing that, who are trauma informed, and then have the ability to reach out to that person and say, hey, what do you think about this? Is it something that's still bothering you? Let's talk about it a little bit. And just being able to open up that dialogue with someone who is trauma informed and who recognizes that the things we're hearing are traumatic, I believe is the first step. And when legislation is enacted, I think that, and I trust that you all will do a really good job at defining what that next step will be, whether or not it's, referral to specific resources, time off for the provider, or, just that little bit more that we can't currently get through employee assistance programs.
Madam Chair, thank you for that. And thank you for that, Elise. And I echo Representative Ritigliano's comments that you need access to the appropriate help and the appropriate length or duration, and it might require a combination of those protections or help, including time off that you just spoke about. So it needs to be responsive and reflexive to the trauma or to the exposure of trauma incident. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands, but I would like to encourage you to stay in touch with the committee about this. We are fortunate that we have really good assistance from staff from the Office of Legislative Research, and our staffer here is really talented. And I think that he probably noted your testimony, and we'll look forward to communicating with you about getting this right in statutory language. So thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you all today. Have a good afternoon.
Next on our list, I have this correct. I want to make sure I'm on the right number. I believe I'm at number 33, and that would be, oh, I'm sorry, 33 is Bruce Wagner. You are here.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chairperson and committee members. I'm here to speak in support of SB 141, Protection of Firefighters' Health. My name is Bruce Wagner. I'm a lieutenant in the Stamford Fire Department, where I've been employed for 25 years. When you add my time as a volunteer firefighter, I have a total of over 39 years in the fire service. On behalf of all of us, I'd like to thank Caroline Johnson for her testimony, her undeniable strength in what she has done and continues to do for our cause. 5 years ago, after a sudden jump in my PSA blood test and then a number of follow-up tests, I was diagnosed with an aggressive stage of prostate cancer. Receiving the phone call from my doctor informing that I had cancer was something I will never forget. Telling my family was far worse. Facing loved ones and telling them you have cancer and the emotions and fears that follow was difficult. Going to work your next shift and telling your brother firefighters and then trying to function normally for the remaining shifts before your surgery was also tough. Most of my friends found out by emails. I just couldn't face anybody with the news anymore. Although I don't consider anything about cancer as lucky, I consider myself one of the lucky ones. I'm still here and for the most part living a normal life. I do have a lifelong physical issue as a result of my surgery, but I'm here to tell my story and I'm still on the job. My cancer is basically able to be cured with surgery. All I needed was time and recovery and to retrain my system due to some of the physical aspects of prostate removal. Up to this point in my family history, there was no cancer. My parents are currently 89. My siblings are 8 and 10 years older than me. Fortunately, no cancer. My grandfathers lived into their 80s. My grandmothers each reached 100 years old before their deaths. I'm lucky enough to have good health and never had any major health issues until that dreaded day. I was 51 when diagnosed with prostate cancer, statistically in the low age group spectrum for that type of cancer. These are some of the factors why I feel so strongly that my years of firefighting have a direct correlation with my cancer diagnosis. I also work at Station 5, mentioned in earlier testimony by Lieutenant Dave Williamson, where we've had an unusual high amount of cancer diagnosis. My recovery time from surgery was 10 weeks. I was able to recover at home with help from my family and a couple close friends. While recovering, I couldn't wait to get back to work, which is strange considering firefighting was the likely cause of my cancer, but this is what we do. I filed for workers' comp, having no doubt it would be quickly denied, and it was. It would be up to me to provide irrefutable proof that my job-related exposures had caused my cancer. After all I'd been through, I didn't have the mental capacity or finances to consider taking on this fight, which would have been a losing battle. I'm left with physical damages that affect me every day, as well as the fear that my exposures will trigger yet another form of cancer in the future. Firefighter cancer has become so prevalent and recognized across the country that many departments, including my own, have implemented new policies in an effort to try to reduce our exposures to the carcinogens. My department has implemented new decontamination policies immediately following a fire. This ranges from being hosed off to special wet wipes we've been administered to wipe off your skin prior to returning to the station and showering. We currently have to bring our contaminated gear and equipment into the apparatus with us, which isn't ideal, but hopefully that'll change in the future. We've been issued a second set of turnout gear so we can get back into service with a clean set while our dirty set is being washed. This is a small example of some of the efforts in place to fight this. However, for a lot of us, it is likely too late. On behalf of my brother and sister firefighters, especially whose cancer situation isn't as fortunate as mine, please support SB 141. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for being here. I worked for a while in Stamford with the city employees of Stamford and worked with your union. It was a great honor to work with the folks in Stamford, so really appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
You began to address something that I was thinking about. I also serve on the Environment Committee, and I know there we've been talking about firefighting foam, PFAS, and the firefighting foam and the need to address that. And I know that you said in your testimony that there are procedures you're taking now to try and reduce and mitigate exposure. But of course, that's very, very difficult to do in the case of your employment. I wonder if there are other things that you've considered, that you've thought of, that we could be doing as a state to address the contaminants that you're exposed to.
That's tough. There's been a lot of talk recently about our protective gear. I think it was mentioned earlier. It looks like that are in the process of manufacturing our gear, and some of the protectants that's in our gear is known as, I guess they utilize known carcinogens. So we're technically being exposed to these carcinogens every time we put on the gear that we have to protect us from the fire. That's lately becoming a really, really strong subject. And that's something that's going to need to be addressed. We're going to need protection from that. I believe the international is heavily involved in that now. That's one example.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. And we have heard extensive testimony. We heard from Rick Hart just a few minutes ago about the sort of some of the problems with the compromise that was reached. I don't think they were anticipated. I don't think they were intentional. And clearly, we need to go back and look at what we're doing, because we really do, I think, feel a real commitment to firefighters and other first responders to make sure that because you do so much and risk so much to take care of us, that we're taking care of you as well. So I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I don't see any other questions for you. I think, you know, when you come after several other people, sometimes the questions have all been asked. So thank you for telling your story, though. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
So I do want to continue through the list. We are on, I think, number, we are at number 34, and that person is with us, and we will take her or him in 1 minute. But I do want to ask all of committee members to take a look at your text, because we have indicated a need to convene a committee meeting. So I want to make sure you all see that, and if you can communicate with each other to make sure other members of your caucus have seen it. We are going to now move to number 34, and that is, and I hope I get your name correct, Rukaija Yerby. Is that correct?
No, but thank you for trying. No worries.
Say your name for me, so I can look.
It is Rukaija Yerby, like Mariah.
Oh, great. So. Thank you, Rukaija.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee chairs Robin Porter and Julie Krushner, and members of the Connecticut Labor Committee. My name is Rukaija Yerby. I'm a professor of health law at St. Louis University School of Law. I received a Master of Public Health and Health Policy and Management from Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. Prior to becoming a law professor, I worked at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services as an assistant regional counsel. My academic work focuses on racial disparities in public health and the political economy of healthcare, as well as how employment impacts healthcare outcomes. Senate Bill 658 has the potential for public health benefits. This analysis that I am discussing today was prepared in partnership with the COVID-19 Task Force on Racism and Equity, a task force on public health of public health researchers, practitioners, and providers seeking to address inequities in the impacts of the COVID-19 disease and responses on the health and well-being of communities. The bill will provide a greater sense of job security, which increases compliance with COVID-19 mitigation recommendations. Economic factors have played an important role in determining the level of compliance with local shelter in place and other COVID-19 mitigation recommendations and mandates in the US. Improving the economic conditions of residents will also lead to increased compliance with risk mitigation recommendations and therefore increase community safety. Racial disparities constitute a public health matter, as we've seen across the country. Black and Latino communities suffer from public health disparities resulting from decades of racist policies in employment, housing, and healthcare. Notably, Black and Latino neighborhoods in Connecticut experience shorter lifespans and expectancies and higher numbers of COVID-19 positive cases than white neighborhoods. This summer, 13 cities and counties in Connecticut declared racism, embodied in part by racial health disparities, to be a public health crisis. Government interventions such as this worker recall ordinance could mitigate the inequitable impact of COVID-19. A greater sense of job security will reduce stress levels for workers, which will protect their immune systems. It is well documented that higher levels of stress are associated with decreased immunity and other dysfunctions of the immune system. And being displaced from work with no hope of return creates additional stressors and mental health challenges. Finally, experienced tenured workers and employees are better situated to create a safer workplace for themselves and their workplace. It is well documented that employees' ability to speak up about concerns relating to physical harm, unsafe work conditions, and other safety concerns is valuable to the health and safety conditions of a workplace and other employees. Workers who know their workplace setting well are more able to mitigate health risks and safety risks. I am happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time and consideration to hear my comments about supporting Senate Bill 658.
Thank you, Professor Yerby. This is, did I say that correctly? Are you a professor? This
Yes.
is really important testimony that we had not yet heard. And I just think you put into academic terms something that I experienced this summer when and this I do mean the summer of 2020, when I visited the Service Plaza along I-95 and met one of the workers who had been at McDonald's for 20 years. And when they recalled workers who had been laid off because of COVID, he was one of those workers. He had not been recalled after 20 years of service to McDonald's. And the stress that he was experiencing was enormous. So I think having understanding of that and its implications for public health is really important. But I also think that something you touched on, we know that we've heard a lot in the press about the disparate impact of coronavirus on Black and Brown communities. And it's sort of like connecting the dots, if I'm correct. When we talk about the disparate impact, we don't mean just those who contracted COVID. We also mean those that suffer the other stressors and the economic impacts of the pandemic. And I think that's really important. I think it also is important to recognize that this is something that has been shared with me. Many more Black and Brown workers during the time when we were allowed to stay home, to shelter in place, to protect our health. Many of those workers work on front lines and had to go to work. And that does explain, I think there's a correlation. You're shaking your head. Yes, I'm going to ask you to comment on this, but there's a correlation between the coronavirus in Black and Brown communities, in part, I would think, because of the fact these are frontline workers that had to go to work every day. So I wonder if you could comment on that and the relationship to the recall.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. I've written in this area, but I'm going to highlight some research that was done in Boston when they looked in some of their neighborhoods that had the highest levels of infections and deaths. They were able to associate with those deaths and those people in those communities with people who were essential workers. And so being able to associate where we see higher pockets of people being infected, linking that to their continued work as essential workers is one. Two, it's also connecting this bill to those issues that some workers have been let go and laid off, and they're experiencing economic issues related to that. And what this bill does is that it ensures that they, when businesses open back up, hotels open back up, that they are rehiring these workers who are qualified and just have been let go because the hotels have been closed. I think what is important about this is that you mentioned the worker who had worked for McDonald's for 20 years. That employee has knowledge about the protections that other workers need, that has knowledge about how to best provide services. And so it's so important for this bill to support those workers who have been let go, to ensure that they can come back, and that we support those workers who are also important to ensure that these workplaces are safe.
Thank you so much for that testimony and for your further explanation. I don't see any other hands at this moment, but I do hope you'll make some of your research available to us, and you can do that by getting it to our committee chair, and we'll make sure that the whole committee has access to it.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today. So I do want to just alert the folks who are in the public watching us today and folks who are going to be speaking and addressing the committee that we are going to have a recess shortly to allow time before the committee meeting. We must convene that meeting at 3 o'clock. So we're going to have a short recess of this public hearing in a few minutes, but we will take the next speaker that's teed up here before we recess. We will then recess the public hearing, and there will be ample time for committee members to take care of a few things before we convene the committee meeting at 3 o'clock. So with that announcement, I do want to take one more person on the list before we recess. And so I will call upon the next up, I believe, is, I don't think Rachel Deutsch is here. Am I correct that Rachel is not here?
Madam Chair, Rachel is here now. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take Rachel Deutsch next. And then I would ask that we take questions for Rachel, and then we'll recess briefly before we call the committee meeting. Go ahead, Rachel.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Rachel Deutsch, and I'm a supervising staff attorney with the Center for Popular Democracy, which is a national network of organizing groups. And I'm here to testify in support of the Fair Workweek bill. So we provide technical assistance to policymakers and enforcement staff on the development and enforcement of Fair Workweek policies. We've been working with jurisdictions around the country, as well as with researchers who have been studying the impacts of the Fair Workweek ordinances that have been enacted, and state level legislation as well. So folks are probably familiar with the essential challenges of just-in-time scheduling, particularly as it relates to hourly work in low-paid service sector jobs. And we happen to have some pre-pandemic data collection that's happened in the state of Connecticut to really understand how that is impacting working families in Connecticut. So a study of Connecticut retail and food service workers found that over half of them are receiving their schedules with less than 2 weeks notice. And although employers sometimes portray the scheduling practices as flexible to meet the needs of parents or students or people with second jobs, the study that was done by the Shift Project shows that in fact half of the workers in Connecticut don't have any input into their schedules. So they're decided unilaterally by their employers, and 2/3 of people have to keep their schedules open to wait to find out when they will work. 72% of the people in that survey said that their work hours are conflicting with their caregiving obligations. And an astonishing 88% of workers are part-time. Half of them are receiving less than 30 hours a week. And 2/3 of the people who are working less than 30 hours a week really want to be working more hours. So in other words, they are underemployed. There's also a wealth of data showing that this challenge is disproportionately impacting women of color in particular, who tend to receive more erratic schedules and experience higher rates of underemployment than coworkers in the same companies. And then there's also a lot of evidence that this challenge affects people in a broad variety of ways, including a lot of income volatility that makes it hard to budget, and housing instability and hunger. So as well as, of course, interference with obtaining quality, consistent childcare that's been shown to be really critical for the healthy development of small children. The other thing I want to sort of point to is that we now have some evidence that shows that these policies really do work to improve people's lives, and in fact also are very helpful for businesses that implement them. So a workforce management company called Deputy that provides technology that supports compliance with Fair Workweek laws found that they not only produced a 14% increase in the work hours for each employee, but actually absences and tardiness is decreased, right? Because people are more committed to their jobs, feel more supported, and feel more, loyal and having a better ability to plan, right? So a lot of absenteeism in these industries is based on getting your schedule without enough time to plan your other obligations. And in fact, because it's reduced costs such as turnover and tardiness and things like that, covered employers in Fair Workweek jurisdictions have actually seen an aggregate 3% decrease in their overall labor costs. So I guess, the last thing I'll say is, these are problems that pre-existed before the pandemic, but are becoming more acute as employers are more leaning into, part-timing of their workforces, and the population that has been most impacted by the COVID crisis is also the same population that is most likely to face instability in their work hours. And we believe it's really critical to a true recovery, an equitable recovery, a recovery that doesn't leave the most challenging, the most struggling people behind, to bring folks, living standards up and make sure that people can have work with dignity, have work that doesn't leave them in a position of choosing between leaving a child unattended and, potentially getting fired from their job because they can't go in. So really urge the committee to advance this legislation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and we really appreciate your testimony and the work you've done in this area. As I've asked some other folks who've come before us today, if you have some research that you could share with the committee, if you forward that to our clerk, Devin Shalom Smith, then we will make sure it's distributed to all the committee members. But I think, in considering Fair Work Week scheduling, one of the concerns that has been raised is the economic cost to businesses to balance their need for flexibility, unforeseen weather conditions, other concerns they've raised with the desire to also assist part-time or shift. It's not just part-time workers. There are plenty of people who work full-time for an employer and work shifts that are also irregularly scheduled. Am I correct about that?
Yes, I would say that in the industries that are targeted by this policy, part-time work is dominant. So there are typically far fewer people who have access to full-time work. And in part, that's because the practice of just-in-timing relies on having a large workforce of people who are desperate for extra hours and who you can flex up without incurring overtime. And so the two issues of just-in-timing and involuntary part-time work are very closely linked.
Thank you for that explanation. On many occasions. I don't see any hands raised at this time. We are going to, before you leave, Rachel, we are going to take a recess of this committee hearing. There is a possibility that someone may say to me, I did have a question that I wanted to ask, and we didn't have time because of the recess. But I hope if it's possible, you could make yourself available to come back on this afternoon when we come back into public hearing. And in order to be able to communicate with you, I think we have your contact information. We know how to get in touch with you, but some of the organizers that are advocating for this bill could also send us that information so we could be back in touch with you if necessary.
Yes, absolutely. Happy to come back.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I would like to recess. We're going to recess the public hearing, and I just want to explain to the public who are watching, as well as some of our members of the committee, that we had a glitch when we posted the notice for our committee meeting. It was a technical glitch in the way the calendar must record a time. And so the time that was publicized for the committee meeting, even though on the agenda it says that it will follow immediately the public hearing, it did schedule it on the calendar for 3 p.m. And thus we feel it's important for us to convene that meeting. We will recess it soon after convening it and come back to the public hearing. Just to clarify for the public, we wanted to be sure that people knew what was going on. And it has happened before even when we were together in person. We've had to do this in other previous committee meetings. So we ask your indulgence and your patience with us, and we will recess the public hearing at this moment, and we'll reconvene shortly. I would suggest that it will be at the call of the chairs. So everyone should stay tuned. And this link will be kept open for folks who are scheduled to testify and for committee members, but we will be able to log off and log into the committee meeting and then return to this link when we recess the committee meeting. I don't know if there are any questions about that. I've tried to be clear, but if anybody has any questions, I would entertain them now. hope that it all works then. And we will see you. We will be convening the committee meeting at 3 p.m.